T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. You got it. Go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GNC, go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. DeFeo, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
MC, I hear you loud and clear. 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10. Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Just give me a break and see the changes that I've made. I've got some imperfections, but how can you collect them all and throw them in my face? But you always find a way to keep me right. Chose to walk away, I'd still be right here waiting. just refuse to bend, so I keep bending till I break. But you always find a way to keep me right here waiting. Always find the words to say to keep me right here waiting. If you chose to walk away, I'd still be right here waiting, searching for the things to say to keep you right here waiting. I've made a commitment. I'm willing to bleed for you. I needed fulfillment. I found what I needed you. Why can't you just forgive me? I don't want to relive all the mistakes I've made along the way. But I always find a way to keep you right here waiting. I always find the words to say to keep you right here waiting. But you always find a way to keep me right here waiting. You always find the words to say to keep me right here waiting. If I chose to walk away, would you be right here waiting, searching for the things to say to keep me right here waiting?
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! Oh my gosh, I almost lost it in my cough there. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Hold on a second, I got a cough. Oh man, it got to me today. Oh man, I feel it in my lungs. It was too deep. Give me a second here. I think I got more coughing to do. Hold on. Ugh.
Oh, I need some coffee after that. Hold on a second here. All right. Good morning, May. Corey says, you're really excited. It's all good. Yeah, I'm here, man. Good morning to you guys. It's good to see you guys back again. And I know that this morning's song it may have had a little bit of a sting to it. I understand that, but that's what we're doing. We made a commitment. We're here waiting and patiently, very, very patiently. Some of us a little more patient than others, but it is what it is. But we're patiently waiting. I'm going to read off some of the numbers from last week on Friday. We had employment cost index was up from 1% to 1.2 for Q1. Personal income was remained the same. It was expected to drop a little bit. Personal spending did not rise. It was actually net even. And PCE index was at 0.1% for March. It was 0.3% prior, so it dropped a little bit. Core PCE index stayed the same at 0.3. PCE year over year dropped from 5.1 down to 4.2. Core PCE year over year dropped from 4.7 to 4.6. It was estimated to drop to 4.5, and it didn't quite drop that far. And then Chicago Business Barometer actually went up. It went from 43.8. They expected it to drop and actually went up to 48.6. And consumer sentiment final actually remained the same for the month of April. It went from 63.5 to 63.5, so no change. Those are some of the numbers from last week. This week, let's see here. Some of the big things that we have coming up here for today. S&P U.S. Manufacturing PMI is out. ISM Manufacturing Construction Spending. That should be an interesting one. Previously, construction spending was down 0.1 for March. We'll find out here what the next numbers are going to be. The median forecast is a net even number, so we'll see if it drops a little bit. And then some of the other numbers that we'll be looking towards is CME. FOMC meeting is in 2 days, 6 hours, 38 minutes, and 24 seconds. There is a 86.3% chance at a 25 basis point bips increase here. And so we could be looking at 25. More than likely, it's been over 50% for quite a while. Even though the Fed said that they were going to be easing on rate hikes, looks like we're going to be getting another one. And then on Friday, I've got two special things on Friday. So I've actually got my sister-in-law's birthday, Amy. Her birthday is on Friday on Cinco de Mayo. And I keep forgetting that it's on. I always forget it's on Cinco de Mayo. I don't know why I always seem to forget that. It's such an easy day to remember. But her birthday's on Friday. But I'll be drinking it up with you guys nice and early on Cinco de Mayo. We're going to celebrate a little bit early, and the reason being is that we have our quarterly shareholder meeting to announce Q1's numbers on Friday morning. So it'll be very, very early, and I will make sure that we get a chance to take a listen to that here on the live stream. It is 6:22. It's time for me to spray my glasses off and start. I'm getting a little low on my cleaning solution here. We'll start taking a look at some of our numbers. There was an amazing number on Friday, guys, that quite frankly is one of the largest. It's a record-setting number. We have not seen this number hit this high in all of the time that we've been a part of this this play. Never once has it hit this high, and I think could be a fairly significant number, but I will wait until I get there to show you. Got to clean these glasses. Brian's Brian's coming in here. CHX volume. Yeah, that's what it is. CHX volume hit an all-time high on shares traded through that exchange. So much so that it was actually the second largest exchange amount of volume traded for the day. There was over 3 million shares that went through CHX on Friday. We've only seen prior to that it was just about 2.9 I think was the final number prior as a record, but we hit over 3 million. So we'll look at those numbers here in just a little bit, in just a second. Glasses are almost clean. Yep, those look pretty clean. All right, let's do this. Nice clean glasses. There's something so satisfying about clean glasses. It's like putting on a world full of newness on your face. I can't explain it. I mean, if you wear glasses, you know what I'm talking about. If you don't wear glasses, you have no idea. You go from a hazy world to a suddenly clear world, and especially if they're clean glasses, it's crystal clear. All right, I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen here in just a second, but before I do, please remember that when the big tramp is not on the screen, I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns specifically for me until you see the big tramp on the screen. Otherwise, I won't be able to see what it is that you're writing. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be there. If you don't have it and you want to test it out, sign up for it. If your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive the passcode, not a bad idea, as you never know what's going to happen to your primary. Let me see here. I'm going to get two different screens up before I take you guys over to the other screen. If you wouldn't mind, I would like to request that you please take pictures of your portfolios or video footage. I already had somebody this weekend who mentioned that they had something change on their account over the weekend that looked really funky, and it was a good thing that they had taken pictures, but everything turned back the way that it was supposed to. I'm telling you right now, guys, if you're not taking pictures or video footage of your portfolio, you're not doing yourself any favors. So make sure you're getting that done, especially if there's a lot of activity on your account. And let me see here. We'll probably move this down just a tad. All right, I think I can take you guys over to the other page now. Hopefully I rebooted the computer this weekend, so I had to reboot. I'm missing something already here. There we go. All right, here we go. Starting on the top left-hand side, I missed by 1 penny. I had 549 to 849 as my price prediction for the day. And I missed by 1 penny. I was so bummed then. I was so bummed because I could have walked out the week with 8 points for the week had I not missed. If I had just made it just right on, I thought for sure they would close the market out 1 penny below 7 or 1 penny above 7, but not right on 7. I mean, come on. It doesn't happen very often that we see an exact close. AMC had 550 for close. Ape was 150. I was the closest price prediction for the day, so I get the winning tiebreaker point. But points around, as everybody did receive points for the day. Man, it would have been epic to go out with 8 points for the week, though. Let's see here. Two points for me for getting the extra bonus point for being the closest for the end of the week. And I don't know how long it's been since I won a week, but it was nice pulling that one out. I liked being able to win that one. All right, going to Max Payne. I did refresh this over the weekend, so the Max Payne's already updated. I don't think it's gonna. I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and re-update it real quick here, but I don't think it's changed from 550. That is likely still the Max Payne. Let's check it out here. Yep, still 550. No changes. Moving on to off exchange, and I think this is where I'm going to take you over to the other page here and just kind of show you real quickly. Actually, let's reopen that tab. All right, let's take a look at this real quick. So off exchange is right here. CHX had the second highest volume out of any other exchange, with just a little over 3,003,075 shares going through that exchange. It was the total percentage of the daily volume was 15.83% when our normal 30-day average is 2.53%. Don't forget that just about a quarter ago, we were only seeing about 1/4% going through this exchange on a daily basis. As I've shared with you guys from the past, John Hannaford has helped to compile a kind of what that looks like in regards to volume. Let me pull this up here real quickly, see if I can find it. Yeah, there we go. Give me 1 second. I got to screenshot this. So you can see on this page here, the lines on the top side of this graph here are for short exempt volume. The bottom side is failure to delivers. When your failure to delivers start to increase like this over time, you end up having, well, usually that's the failure to delivers are caused by the short exempt volume that are starting to increase over time, right? So you've got short exempt volume. Oh, by the way, red is AMC, blue is APE, and GME is in green. When you see these kind of increases over time where short exempt volume is getting larger and larger and larger, failure to delivers become larger and larger and larger, and the return of shares going through CHX is the delivery of shares for those failure to delivers. Honestly, I can't imagine this not being what it is, because I've actually aligned it up to days where we've seen failure delivers be the exact number that we've seen from shares that are going through CHX. So I'm pretty positive that that's what that is. If I drive down here to CHX and actually look at the volume that occurred, not just as a percentage, but as actual volume. What I can do here is if I scroll down just a tad bit, I've got CHX in the second column over here, and you can see the 3 million shares. You can see if I were to draw this out as a line graph, you can see that over time these numbers are starting to increase more and more and more and more. And so that's because there's failure delivers that are stacking. They're just absolutely massive that are needing to be delivered on. The last previous highest period of time for CHX would have been this date right back here on 2/14, February 14th of this year, when it was 1.9. No, I take that back. Sorry, March 2nd of 2023, where it was 1.985 million shares. No, that's not right. It was 2. Where's my 2? Here it is. I keep giving you guys the wrong dates. I knew it was on the second page. I couldn't remember where it was. It's it's 2.928 million shares going through on February 7th, 2023. That's it. That was the second highest time that we've ever had recorded going through there. You're probably wondering, like, well, what happened to price during that period of time? If we come back up to this chart here, you can see the price right here. February 2nd, let's see here. Would have been right around this time frame right in here. There was a small spike down right after that big, huge amount of CHX volume, and then a large spike up. I wish they had radio buttons on this so I could show just CHX volume with price movement, but it's CHX is actually the blue line in here, which is very difficult to see with all these other numbers that are in here. I don't think I can deselect these. Would have been really cool if they set it up that way. Anyways, yeah, it doesn't. They don't really give like a great way of being able to see CHX on top of this. But anyways, there was a sharp decrease in price before seeing a price movement upwards, which was right around in here. This is the decline right after 2.7, and then this sharp upwards momentum in price. And if I'm not mistaken, I think we went up to about $8 ish range last time. So I'm not saying that's where we're heading to or anything like that. I'm just saying that there is quite a large number of shares that were delivered on 428. And the reason for that is the settlement date for 428, you can see right here on failure to delivers is starting to grow from 1.6 million, 1.2, 3.1, 2.4, 4.4, and then 4.1. Now, if they delivered three something million shares the day that we see that these numbers started reporting 1.6, my guess is they're probably trying to deliver in advance for some of the shares that are coming up due here by the end of this week. Which means that they're probably still lacking. They're probably lacking by another million or more shares that they need to deliver on. So we're probably likely to see a little bit more upwards momentum still here. Anyways, all-time record set on Friday. Let me take you guys back over to the other page. Off exchange on Friday was 49.23%. EDGX was 8.53. The combined total is 57.76%, or about let's see, 6, 4, 5, 6. Yes, 6.24. 6.24% lower than what I would expect to see on a normal given day. CHX volume, like I said, 3.003 million. On Ape. Give me 1 second here. On Ape, off exchange was 49.01. EDGX was 6.46. Combined total is 55.47%, or about 8.53% lower than what I would expect to see on a normal day. CHX volume was 0.09 with a 30-day average of 0.07, so there was definitely an elevated amount of CHX volume on Ape as well. On GME, CHX volume was 0.09 with a 30-day average of 0.26. Institutional ownership, 133.775 is the number that I have here showing up on this report. I think that's a little bit lower than what it might have been on Friday when I reported it. Yeah, Friday it was 133.855, so just a little bit down. Not quite 100,000 shares. And let's take a look at options. Going into this week, highest amount of options are at an $11 strike for calls. Last week it was 5.5. There's approximately 29.4 thousand contracts. And just for reference, second highest is 5.5. So it's pretty close. There's a lot of out of the money, really far out of the money calls that have been purchased for this week. Open interest for puts, highest amount is at a $4 strike. It was $3 last week. There's 34.4 thousand contracts. So let's see here, 6, 7, so 3.5, $7.50 is kind of the middle point, the middle ground here, which is about $2 higher than the max pain. So we'll watch and see what happens. See if price tries to start to move towards that 7.5. We'll watch call contracts probably absolutely just drive up like no business, nobody's business. Let's take a look at, well, let me take you over to the other page and move some screens around, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Let's start off with happy this week. All right, so we've got two levels, rising levels of support that we've held multiple times here over the last couple hours of pre-market open, and they're still kind of holding at this point here. If we do see price drop below this, especially the second level of rising support, then we may have a problem or struggle with seeing higher prices for the day today. So those will be important numbers to kind of watch for. At market open, we're looking at about needing to see price be above 696. An hour into market open, we would need to see price be above 698. So it really gets close to that $7 point where if we got to push through this into the next level at 715, otherwise we're not going to see continued upwards momentum. You can see there's a little bit of consolidation that's happening in here. I'm going to go ahead and move this line just a tad bit here, and you can see there's definitely some consolidation that's occurring. I don't know if I want to call this a descending broadening wedge or not, but it kind of does look like it. If this is the case, at some point it should break out and go back and retest the secondary touching point, which is going to be about 704, before having a somewhat of a large percentage of being able to have a continuation to get above 715. In regards to Ortex, our short share interest of the free float starts out this week at 26.12%. Now, with 3 million shares having been returned, guys, I can tell you that our short interest is going to show some significant portion of shares that have probably been returned. But the other side to that is that there's probably a lot of since this percentage didn't really drop a whole lot. There's probably a large percentage of borrows as well from last Friday. I'd have to go back and actually pull up the numbers to see for sure, but which we can do. But let's just take a look at our on loan amount and see how much that changed by here in just a second. Utilization, I forgot to update all those utilization numbers on AMC and APE earlier this morning. I forgot to do that. We'll do that here in just a second. Utilization showing 100% still for AMC, and that is day number 74, straight trading days in a row. And let's see, on loan amount day over day. Let's see what we went to here. We dropped a little bit from 184.97 million shares on loan to 183.24. So we're looking at about hold on a second. 1.73. So 1.73 million shares haven't been returned. Estimated short share interest of the free float as a result is decreasing. Went from 26.37 to 26.24. And then our on loan average age per day with that 1.73. Actually, let me figure out the number on this real quick to see how much was returned. 2637 to 2413. Of the 1.73 million shares that were returned, 674,000 of that was in short interest. On loan average age per day, looks like it went flatline on us. It went from 117.81 to 117.56. It slightly started to decrease. Security lending volume day over day dropping on Friday from 50.4 million down to 18.1. On APE, short share interest of the free float's at 5.23%. Here's our utilization rising from 53 to 53.58. Let me update my numbers on this chart. On loan amount increasing 23.99 million shares to 24.66. So 650,000 shares having been borrowed. Estimated short share interest of the free float should rise because of that to from 5.18 to 5.19. And the on loan average age per day is coming down from 73.8 to 72.73. Security lending volume day over day increasing from 405,000 shares to 956,000 shares. Final numbers for Friday on the orders by Fidelity customers, and I don't expect to see AMC APE or GME on this list due to low volume, and they are not. Trigger price for AMC for the day today is $4.95. Let me just check something real quick here. Yeah, it's exactly $4.95. And then on APE, SSR would trip, let's see, at, oops, $1.35. Shares available to borrow showing up at 600,000 shares. Looks like we had as, oops, sorry, didn't mean to jump there. Looks like we had as much as 850,000 shares at one point. There were some 50,000 shares that were borrowed here. And then we've got another 150,000 shares. So we're looking at about 200,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day-to-day out of the available amount of shares. Out of the ETFs, it looks like we've got about another 50,000. So we're going to call it about 250,000 shares having been borrowed so far for this morning. Still pretty heavy borrowing going on. Fees, for what we've seen lately anyways, fees are at 178.9%. Last week they were at 217.1, so that is a little bit of a drop there. Currently, we have 82.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 42.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 119.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on puts versus 5,000 contracts that are in the money. So not a whole lot of in the money puts this week at all. Going into next week, we are under 100K in out of the money puts and calls, which is nice. How are the markets looking this morning? We got the VIX up 0.51% in the pre-market. Most of the markets are either breaking even or down as little as 0.15. And real quick, while I'm looking at it, I want to see what the short share interest of the free float was. No, that's not what I want to look at. I want to look at short exempt volume. It was 175.7 on AMC. And APE was 80 point, well, just call it 80.5 thousand shares. AMC was up 2.42% on Friday. APE was up 2.04%. Taking a look at the banks, FRC, for those of you guys who are not aware, FRC had some nasty movement. Let's pull this out to a daily real quick here. Nasty movement, not just yesterday, or I say yesterday, Friday, but also some very, very nasty movement going into this, and it fell down to as low as 2.985. Trading was suspended on it at $3.51, and it sounds like JP Morgan is taking over FRC. In the pre-market, we got Silvergate down 1.48. PacWest is down 4.93. I might need to move PacWest onto the top of this list here. I mean, PacWest is just getting nailed left and right. It's got its up days too, but my goodness, it's just getting hammered. JP Morgan is up 3.67%, and those are the biggest movers that I have here in the pre-market. Right now, Ethereum Classic is showing down 0.29%. Let me pull this out to the daily. Getting really, really close to that breakout point here that I was suggesting in the future. DXY, or the US dollar, currently showing up 0.14. This does seem to be on a descending broadening wedge, which should have price breaking out to the top side and then maybe retouching somewhere around 103 before falling back down, I would think. Actually, but it has a greater percentage chance of moving further upwards, though. I think it's going to come back down. Taking a look at SPY in the pre-market, it's down 0.1%. Never, ever, ever had a chance to reach the level of the secondary touching point here. I mean, my box is still set up here for another 2 days worth of trading, but I mean this trend upwards. There was some increased amounts of volume on this trend up. So over the last 2 days on the SPY, we did see some upwards momentum with increase in volume, which is bullish. This could break and go even higher. I'm not sure how much. I'd have to take a look. This could run. Like I said last week, I have no idea where this money is coming from, but there seems to be some investing money that seems to have appeared in the market, and suddenly we started seeing the market starting to correct to the top side starting on Thursday last week. I really don't know where it's coming from, though. Nothing would have suggested this was going to happen. VIX, not VIX. Tesla in the pre-market's down 0.27. Amazon is down 0.32. Cinemark is down 1.9. Doge is down 0.65. Bitcoin is down 2.25 at 28.5K a coin. GME is up 0.62. HYMC is down 0.29. NCMI is up 0.24. Hood is breaking even. Ape is down 2.67, and AMC is up 0.91%. On Friday, we had approximately $1.2 million more outflow than inflow for the day. Volume, 13,000 shares traded so far this morning on AMC. There's not very much volume. Not enough for me to predict a high volume day today, but we'll see when we get our pokey stick of volume in here. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of it keeps doing this. I don't know why it does. With an RSI of 71.79, which is overbought. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.71, which is signaling above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.31, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have a divergence in the vortex indicator occurring currently with more selling pressure than buying pressure and an RSI of 62.3, which is above average. On Ape, there is approximately $1 million or $1 million more inflow or outflow than inflow. 15,000 shares having been traded so far this morning, which is not very high. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.57, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last 2 hours. RSI is extremely, not RSI, but the selling pressure is extremely high with RSI at 47.72, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.92, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI, 42.95, which is below average. Taking a look at the 1 hour time interval, let's take a look at what we got going on here for Ichimoto. All right, Ichimoto for the 1 hour on Ape. Let me erase some of my numbers here. Erase. All right. We have lagging line is right on price line. Conversion is dropped just slightly below base. Price is starting to move towards the green cloud that we've got forming in here. If price doesn't hold at least above $1.44, almost $1.45, then we may see price break down below this cloud here for the day today, which is going to be somewhere below, likely below 142 before the end of the day is over. So, let me think here. In order for this to maintain a strong signal, a strong buying signal, price is going to have to jump above $1.54. The reason for that being is that you got to get that lagging line above price line for it to not be a weak signal here. So I would suggest 154 on a 1 hour chart is what we need to see more buying pressure. And on a 4 hour chart, lagging lines below price line, conversions below base. We have red cloud ahead, so it's kind of confusing, because the 1 hour chart and the 4 hour chart don't really jive together right now. Although we don't have to break through the front side of a red cloud, it could always be on the back side as well. We are almost down to the price where price could trade sideways for most of the week and still make it below this cloud, and giving us a red cloud on the backside that we could break up through going into next week. But however, it is currently showing down. It is also showing on the 4 hour chart, we're showing a TD9. So, or TD sequential, which is suggesting that price should start seeing some upwards momentum. So, let me see here. In order for this to become a buy signal for the day today, we got to get price above 161. That would get the lagging line above price line. And it would also get price above the cloud. On AMC, on a 1 hour chart, we've got lagging line above price line. We have price above conversion and base. Price usually likes to break down through thinner portions of green clouds, which we do have coming up starting tomorrow. But then the cloud starts to thicken up again a little bit further the other direction. Seeing us maintain a price above 555 is going to be crucial, as we want to keep seeing this lagging line above price line. So 555 is going to be the strong push number for us that if we can maintain that or better, should see continued buying pressure. For today at least. It looks like we might have some problems maybe tomorrow. On a 4 hour chart here, we've got lagging line above price line. Conversion is above base. We have red cloud right now currently, but we also have a TD9 that's also printed on a 4 hour chart, which means downwards momentum incoming with a green cloud forming towards the end of the week. And you know they're going to want to push price down for the earnings report. My guess is that they're probably going to try and price that earnings report in, if possible, in advance, based off of good news. So to see continued buying pressure for the day today, we got to stay above the conversion line, which is right now at $5.37, but should be rising, especially if price continues to rise. So I'm thinking maybe we see price coming down and testing conversion at some point today, which would be about 537. If we still see continued growth, though, that should be pretty bullish, as we don't want to see price coming down towards this green cloud over the week. If we do, then we'll be dropping below that, which is right around $5. I'm trying to figure out what number I'm gonna write down here. 555 was the 1 hour chart. I mean, yeah, it's a lower number. I don't like writing lower numbers for the 4 hour chart, but it is. We got to stay above 537. Here's our pokey stick of volume. So far, it's about 42,000 shares on AMC, giving us a total of about 60,000 shares traded so far this morning. Most I can predict is 5 to 25 million shares traded for the day. And on Ape, volume for the day is at 48,000, or 48,000 shares in our pokey stick, giving us a total of 65,000. So same thing on this one, 1 to 20 million shares traded for the day today. It's looking like a low volume day based off of some of these numbers. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. Vlixen says OBV is about to make new highs since August. That's good. You want to see holding pressure while there's failure to deliver is occurring. Bird Eye says any banks reporting earnings this week. I don't have the I have a good website for pulling up earnings report for the week, but I'm just going to look at my page over here. In regards to earnings, we have Coinbase is putting up earnings on 5/4. But that's the only one that I've got on my list out of all the banks that I see on my list over here. So they're the only one. But if you want, give me 1 second here. Let me see if I can find that website. Let's see here. I've got, I'm looking through this real quick and, oh, interesting. Today's 5/1. Very, very interesting. And I'm looking through this and I don't see anything specifically that jumps out at me. Hold on 1 second. Let me check something else out real quick here. Here we go. I wonder if I can sort this by. It doesn't say the dates on this one. I'm really surprised by. Oh, I see what it is. Okay. Everything on here. There's 400. There's 400 today, 499 tomorrow. Wednesday's got 773. May 4th of May has 935, and 5th has 185. So there's quite a few here for me to look through out of the 400 that I see listed for today. I guess I could just try like a control F on this and like look up like bank or financial. Bank Financial Core is BFC is today. Pacific Valley Bank, F&M Bank. Those are the tickers that have bank listed in them. Does this show all of them? Oh, this isn't even showing all of them. There's more. Nothing on the second page. I think there's only 2 pages worth here. But I'll tell you what, I will give you a link to, and this is just Yahoo here. I don't know if this is the best one. I feel like there was another page that I used to look at that was different than this, but this is pretty decent in regards to looking up anybody who's reporting earnings for the week. You can go to Yahoo and put in, it'll let you click on the day of the week that you want to look at, and then you can actually pull it. And so, on some of them, it does put the EPS estimates for it. On others, it doesn't. There's another website that I use that's better than this one, but this will work. Einstein's got 554 to 854. Einstein, I got you down. Bird Eye View Photography says, so people with FRC accounts, they just move to JP Morgan accounts. I mean, that seems likely. Powerporn, good morning to you. Bird Eye, in regards to what you're asking, what I would do is I would go to my tweets and look about the third one down. I don't think I've retweeted anything since, but you're probably not going to get me to speak out loud about it. Yeah, it's my third tweet down. I've got my pinned tweet, a tweet right after that, and one after that from Mr. Kilo. If you want to go check that out, you're more than welcome to, but I'm not going to be talking about it. My Twitter is at AMKC. Well, it's in the bottom left-hand side of the screen. At AMKC Shaw. Also, my Reddit profile name. I don't know what those are called. My Reddit handle. I don't know what they're called. That's so old school to say handle. My Reddit profile name is also on the bottom left-hand side of the screen. And by the way, guys, the underscore AMKC at underscore AMKC Shaw is now apparently banned. That account won't be coming back. Finally, we had enough people report it that it finally got the big X. . 7:09. Let me see what else is going on this week here. My guess is, if I had to guess, I think that more interest rate hikes, or an increase in interest rate hikes would probably cause the price of the markets to move down, and any upwards momentum that we're seeing right now may be pricing in that movement. So I would expect on perhaps Wednesday, let's see what time, 5 hours. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12-ish my time. So 1 o'clock, is that right? 6 hours. 6 hours, 7. 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we should know the rate hike results, which should be 25 basis points. And I would imagine that that those will likely be maybe that day or maybe even that hour. Within that hour, that's when we'll start seeing the market head back down again. And let me see what else we got going on this week here. I don't even think I looked up any AMC news this weekend. I tend to avoid it just because I know it's going to be trash, but sometimes I look it up just to see what's going on. I don't see anything. There's nothing specifically that I see here. There was a Yahoo Finance 2 days ago that was put out that says, "Will AMC Entertainment report negative earnings next week? What you should know." So it does look like they put something out. Then there's Deadline says AMC Entertainment CEO Adam Aron sees 23.7 million pay package in 2022. They're attacking his pay again. They're talking about 2022's numbers. Apex says going with an AMC close of 576 and Ape close of 151, combined close of 727. So 577 to 877 is the price target for Apex. I got you down, sir. I still haven't decided yet. I need to see right before market opens whether this market's going to be continuing up today or not. Which I have a feeling it might be. Yeah, I think it is. Apex says I got accused of being a shill this weekend on a space call. I thought it was really, really funny how I had one weekend where I got called a shill, an Adam Aron supporter, and then I got called an Adam Aron basher, all in the same weekend. It was really, really crazy. I've never seen anything like that. It really didn't matter one way or the other. Hycroft's earnings dates tomorrow. That is correct. At least that's what it looks like. I guess it depends on who you're a shill for, right? Easter Beast. I guess you could be a shill for both sides. You could be shilling against Adam Aaron, which would be probably in favor of anybody who has wants to discredit the company, or you could be a shill for Adam Aaron, which would mean that you're just pumping the stock, right? that's that's so you could be seen as a shill on both sides, either way. But Donkey Kong, I am not heating. No, that's the kids. They're starting to get breakfast ready for the morning. The real JP, good morning to you. Oh, Bird Eye says May 2nd to May 8th. No official date yet. Interesting. On Weeble, it's saying the second, but it could be wrong, I guess. Wait, like the magazine or the term, Andrew? Tom, good morning to you. Good to see you. I guess I could just go back to that Yahoo page and look it up myself, couldn't I? Or I could even go to their website and see if their website has it. Let's see what we got here. Let's see if they're on the list for May 2nd. It's really strange how they set this up, how they set up their reporting on this page. I don't see it there. Yeah, I'm showing on that Yahoo website that I was talking about earlier. I'm showing that they have their Q1 earnings release tomorrow. So they are showing up on Yahoo as tomorrow. Let me check. I feel like there was one other thing that I wanted to mention to you guys for this week. Try to figure out what it was. So I'm gonna just read my last retweet here, or not? Yeah, well, it was a retweet. Um, so there were some things that were said this weekend. If you're on Twitter, you know what I'm talking about. And I haven't had a chance to speak to this person yet. And we were supposed to have a conversation yesterday, but they didn't show twice. so I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know that I necessarily want to speak privately about how or publicly about how I feel about it. I'd be more inclined to speak privately about it, but I just want to say that, like, there at some point things were being very, very unproductive. What was being said, and I really liked what Retail Stock said. He said, "What needed to be said got said. Now I ask for all to move on and to find two things: positivity and conviction. Neither of those has anything to do with anyone but yourself." And I really like those words, what he had to say there, because that is truly and honestly, um, that's it. It all starts with you. How it is that you see your investment is the outward projection of what everybody else sees. So if you're going to be down on it, then everybody else is probably going to be down on it with you. Those people who choose to be down on it with you. So it's okay to have questions or concerns and comments, but th- there's a very obvious what's the word I'm looking for, um, disservice that you're doing to the community if you're just going to be saying negativity. So, and I think that's what you got to really kind of find within yourself, is that positivity and the conviction. And it's about knowing your five whys. Why are you here? So that's uh, that's about all I'll say about it. And I kind of suggested to a couple different people, like, I'm just going to move on from this conversation. I'm not going to continue to comment. I was being very careful not to put likes on things that I felt were. Um, I didn't want to put likes on anything. There were some comments that I very much agreed with, but I didn't want to put a like on there because I wanted there to be more peace within the community than I wanted there to be any kind of like infighting. So the last thing we need is a bunch of negativity. That's it. We just don't need any negativity. Andrew says, oh, okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. So I don't know if you guys saw it or not, but oh, wait, Jesus United Church says it's my birthday today. Hold on a second. I got a toast to you, Jesus United Church. Hold on a second. Let me write it down. Happy birthday. I'm writing it down. It's pretty cool. May 1st. Oh man, my kids' birthdays are coming up here. Let's see here. So yeah, and I do want to say one more thing too. Um, one of the most concerning things about that whole situation on Twitter is that some of the stuff legitimately looked like it was like, um, I don't know. Nah, I'm just gonna drop it. There were some things that were written that were Chat GPT. Uh, almost I'm almost positive were Chat GPT copy and pasted. And it was funny because I thought it in my head, and I wasn't the only person. I had somebody contact me on the side and say, didn't it kind of look like those were written by? And I was like, yes, I was thinking the exact same thing. It totally looks like something Chat GPT wrote, which I thought was really odd because that's not like him at all. He wouldn't do something like that. So I mean, he's a very intelligent guy and he can speak on his own, and so it was just some weird things that were happening, and it didn't make sense, and I didn't like the whole situation. It was very, very stinky. Bird Eye says it's been very quiet on popcorn sales. I've been seeing a lot of stuff on Twitter, but Donkey Kong, and it sounds to me like they're running out. That like the second supply has come in to a lot of the different WalMarts, and it sounds to me like everything's getting purchased. Like nobody can hold it in the stores. Uh, yeah, I heard about that too, Danny. I'm Jesus United Church. I'm glad your morning. So if you tune in to the when I come back at the very end of the day, If you want to go back and rewatch it, I will when I toast, when I do my normal toasting at the end of the day. I'll give you a shout out for your birthday. I hope you have a wonderful day today. It sounds like you're driving into work. Wish you would have gotten some time off of work, but you know, I understand. I understand it is what it is. You got to keep on working. So try to enjoy your birthday as best you can, and I hope it's a wonderful day for you. Yeah, I know, Sam, and it's disheartening, you know, because I've supported some of those people from the past, and the it's just disheartening. But it is what it is. You know, I have to say this about, you know, in regards to like Trey. Trey did probably one of the most admirable things you could possibly do. And you don't have to agree or disagree whether you like Trey or you don't like Trey or you think he's for the community, he's not for the community. But I'll tell you one thing: the fact that he just packed all up his stuff and says, "This is it. I'm not talking about AMC any longer," and just left. That's it. I like that. You know, I'd much rather see somebody deciding that like I can't say anything positive about what's going on here any longer, so I'm just going to walk away from this. You know, that truly and honestly is you know there's a lot of people who are still fighting the fight. Why in the world would you go out there and start saying things that just doesn't make sense, you know? And so I kind of respect the fact that you know Trey said this is it. I'm just done. I'm walking away from it. So I'd rather see that than than somebody who's like just actively like bashing. You know, this doesn't make sense. But Donkey Kong says Trey was too sensitive for YouTube. Maybe I'm too sensitive for YouTube. I think Trey. I don't think that's what it was. I don't know. I think there were other things that were kind of going on there, but Donkey Kong things that you may not know about. But it's neither here nor there. The fact is that he walked away and he didn't sit there and trash on us as a community, which I respect that. Jay says, "Did I miss much last week?" So we had like 5 days. I think it was 4 days in a row of like upwards momentum, which was nice. An unusual welcome to from what we're used to seeing. Oh, my wife. Oh man, my wife coming in with the big stinger there. She goes, "He probably had enough money." Oh, that's messed up. Oh, look, when my wife gets on it, when she I don't know why she's saying it exactly, but we did order some merch from Trey. We got a hooded sweatshirt and a t-shirt, I think, from him. So he definitely did make some money off of us, but I don't regret it. I don't regret having made those purchases at all. Well, actually, my wife made the purchases, but I don't regret having had those. So oh man, that's rough. That's so rough. What's worse is that I know you're driving, hon, and you type that out and put it in there. Don't You can't do that. You can't try. She's driving, typing stuff in there. I'm calling you out now. She's driving and burning at the same time. I gotta take a break. I gotta take a break so I can go unlock the door and let her into the house and give her a big hug and say I love you and saying the things I can't say. All right, let me put some music up for you guys, and I'll come back and do the price prediction before the end of the before we get into the market open at 8:15 when I come back. I can't I can't believe she said that. I'm really kind of shocked that she would come in here and say that. She's always the one telling me, guys. Jay, welcome back, by the way. I hope you had a great vacation. Uh, and I did miss you telling me it was break time. Um, she's usually the one telling me you can't say that. You can't say those kind of things. You got to be more positive. You can't call people idiots. I love her so much. All right, I'll see you guys back here in a little bit. Alrighty, guys, I'm back, and let me see here real quick. I'll reset that. All right, so I just saw Bird's Eye asking when did popcorn sales start. Will these be in the earnings? I would expect that maybe perhaps they might be some in the earnings because I think there might have been a week's worth of popcorn sales that may have made the cutoff time for the earnings. I don't know for a fact that that's the case, but I'm hoping that maybe some of it does. I'm pretty sure they'll probably let us know how much of it was accountable for the Q1. Getting a little bit of barcoding here before pre-market open. We've got AMC up 0.73% to 554, and Ape is down 1.33 at what are we at here? 148. So I got to come up with a price prediction for the day today, and I'm not really sure where I'm going on this one. Let me see here real quick. VIX is showing down 0.85%, which means the market should be going up, or at least heading in that direction. Let's just check the SPY real quick here and see where it's moving towards. Maybe. Where is the dollar? Dollar showing up. Oil is showing down. I'm going to go with the markets maybe heading up here in the market open or shortly thereafter. The VIX is up 3.8. Hold on a second. It's data from last week. All right. Man, it's tough. This is a tough one. Marvin, good morning to you. Turtle, yes. Well, at least as far as I know, it's like the 29th or 30th. Let me go back out to a 1 hour time interval. I'm going to go with AMC closing at about, man, this is a tough one. I'm going to say 532 for AMC. Probably going to get this really wrong here. I'm going to go 532 on AMC and then on Ape. And I know I got you guys both on. I got both. I'll just switch the main screen here. That way you guys can see what I'm looking at. Let's get rid of the Bollinger Bands. Is it possible we see a 584 and then a test off of 584 on AMC and then Ape Potentially comes back down and retests like a $1.45. Let's do that. Let's do 145 on Ape. I'm gonna change AMC's number. Let's go for a closing price on AMC at about 562. 701. That's 703 or 707. I mean, I'll take that. I'll take that for a price prediction. 707 for a price prediction for the day for the average price between AMC and Ape. So we're looking at 557 to 857 for me. It's really close to what Apex and Einstein has. Einstein had 554 and Apex had 577. Yeah, today's a tough one, man. Having a hard time coming up with these numbers. All right, let me see what you guys are saying. Let's see here. Good morning, Casey's Broken Mug. Glenn says boo on the 532. I changed it to 562. I didn't see the boo until just now, though. Boomstick, good morning. I hope you had a wonderful birthday last week. Peter Parker's going for 9. Hola, Tim. Happy new month to you, too. Looks like, yeah. In regards to FRC, I'm going to go back over here and take a look at the banks here real quick before market opens. But FRC is still suspended, guys. And my understanding is JP Morgan's buying it out. I got sent a link earlier saying to a link to a video where somebody's saying that JP Morgan gets a dirty deal. I'm not sure what that's all about. I'll have to check into that a little bit later and see. I haven't really done any kind of investigating into what kind of agreements that were made between JP Morgan and FRC. But as far as JP Morgan goes, this morning it's up 3.23% in the pre-market. Big movers for the day right now on banks. That's pretty much the only big mover is JP Morgan is up 3%, 3.28. Everything else is the only other big one might be Silvergate, which is down 2.22. Which, yeah. We do have a little bit of movement on Bitcoin. It's kind of consolidating still at around 28.6. It did kind of move down just a tad bit. But we've been seeing some really weird activity right in this time frame here ever since about April 19th to current. There's been some weird activity in here, and kind of movements that I wasn't expecting to see occur. But it is retesting on one of the important Fibonacci retracements that I've had from the past. A break below this could potentially cause this to start falling back down again. Do note that I was expecting price to be trading somewhere around the 27 range starting on about the 6th of this month. So next week, the first day, or I guess by the end of this week, essentially, or this Saturday. So it is time to get this market started. So I will see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GNC. Go. Got it. Go. Fido. Go. Bravo. Go. GNC. Go. Max. Go. Eagle. Go. Econ. Go. DeFeo. Go. Payloads. Go. And for the customer. Go. DPS. We're go. Eco. Go. Booster. Go. Surgeon. Go. PRS. Go. Okay. And let's see. We'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
FCO, hear you loud and clear. 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
I know I've been mistaken, but just give me a break and see the changes. hope you're not intending to be so condescending. It's as much as I can take. And you're so independent, you just refuse to bend, so I keep bending till I break. But you always find a way to keep me right here waiting. Always find the words to say to keep me right here waiting. If you chose to walk away, I'd still be right here waiting, searching for the things to say to keep you right here waiting. I've made a commitment, I'm willing to bleed for you. I needed fulfillment, I found what I needed you. Why can't you just forgive me? I don't want to relive all the mistakes I've made along the way. But I always find a way to keep you right here waiting. I always find the words to say to keep you right here waiting. But you always find a way to keep me right here waiting. You always find the words to say to keep me right here waiting. If I chose to walk away, would you be right here waiting, searching for the things to say to keep me right here waiting?
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right, this is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. this morning. This morning, I got like some kind of like chest congestion, like all of a sudden, like right when I was in the middle of saying screw, and I started choking. I couldn't even finish what I was saying. It was terrible. If you want a good laugh at an intro morning gone wrong, you go back and listen to this morning's. Good morning to you guys. Good morning, May. It is the first day of May. It's May Day. May Day, May Day. And so we are in the start of the beginning of this month. We have a couple different exciting things happening this week. To start with the week, or actually to end with the week. We're going to be doing a little celebrations on Cinco de Mayo nice and early because we do have our earnings report coming out on the 5th, Cinco de Mayo. It is also my sister-in-law's birthday, Amy. She's got a birthday on Friday. Today is Jesus United Church's birthday today, so if you happen to see him around, say happy birthday to him. And so what else do we have going on this week? So today we've got S&P U.S. manufacturing PMI being reported at 9:45, which is basically like 4 minutes from now. ISM manufacturing and construction spending, and the one I really want to see is that construction spending. I want to see if construction spending is up or down right now. I'm expecting down. The median forecast is actually level. Our last reported amount was down 0.1%, so we'll see what ends up happening there with construction spending. Tomorrow, we've got U.S. job openings and factory orders reporting to come through. They are expecting to see orders up on factory orders 1.2%, so we'll see if that ends up being the case. Let's see, on Wednesday, we've got the rate hikes. The rate hikes at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I think it is, Eastern Standard Time. And as it stands right now, let me give it a quick little refresh here and see what we got going on here. 2 days, 4 hours, 17 minutes, and 15 seconds, 50 seconds from now, we should see the Fed's announcing a 25 bips rate hike here, where that's an 89.2% increase chance here. So we're looking at a pretty high percentage chance of seeing an additional rate hike of 25 basis points. That is extremely, to me, it's big news. It's big news because of the fact that the Fed came out and said that they were going to be easing off a little bit for a little while and then increasing again. I can take a look at the probability rates going into future weeks or future months rather. Sorry, in June right now there's a 63. The highest percentage chance is rates will stay the same in June at a 63.2% chance. For July, they're looking at keeping the rates the same at 57.4% chance of that. And then in September, it looks like they're going to keep it the same in September as well. So this is supposed to be the last. The last one was supposed to be the last rate hike, but yet here they are again raising it going forward. So we'll see what ends up happening. But we do have AMC up 3.12% at $5.67. Ape is up 1.67% at 1.525. Looking pretty decent on these right now. We are touching, especially on Ape, we are touching that upper Bollinger Band. Well, actually, I shouldn't just say Ape and AMC have both Bollinger Bands just absolutely being trashed on right now. It is not with very large volume on AMC that we are moving up in price, which is not a good thing. And neither on Ape either. I'm looking at volume, and we're under 1 million shares traded on Ape right now, up 2%. And AMC is traded about 2.31 million shares so far, and we're up 2.19%. So yeah, give me 1 second here, guys. Want to look at something real fast. Yep. Okay. So maybe I'll mention this later. Big bank movers this morning. So one of the things that we note is that JP Morgan, I think, may have taken over. I haven't seen the deal yet on what kind of. I haven't actually read anything up on it at all. So JP Morgan supposedly taking over FRC, which is still suspended in trading. And I would not expect to see that coming back up again. It should be done. Other big bank movers for this morning, I don't really see any. Everything else is less than plus or minus 3%. So kind of a stagnant start this morning. The SPY is up 0.05%, with the dollar also being up and oil also being up and the VIX also being up. So a lot of weird suggestions that maybe we may be seeing price go back down here. We are getting a little bit of a V shape going on between AMC and Ape and probably even the SPY. Let's check the SPY real quick here. Nope, SPY still heading up right now. Still trending. Other things going on this week. Let me see here. What was the other one? Unemployment report is coming out on Friday as well. And U.S. productivity is another data point that's coming out on Thursday. So we'll take a look at those things each day as they happen. See what's happening here with the economy. Kevin says, I gauge my construction spending on how many big cranes I see in the area. I see what you're saying. Commercial only though, right? I've had more apartment complexes showing up uh, in my area of living than I have ever seen in my. I've never seen so many apartment complexes going up all over the place. I mean, just everywhere. Big, like just big, large, very large amounts and quantities of apartment complexes all over the place. Way more than I see home builds going up right now. So it's kind of an interesting period of time watching some of these apartment complexes going up. I know some of them, in particular, my specific area. I do know that there are some decently new schools in the area, so they may be trying to compound on the or not compound, take advantage of some of the high schools that are in the area, and maybe people who can't afford some homes in the area might also want to live here too. So that could be part of the reason why I'm seeing some of that. But it does seem like there's I mean, just so many. I can't even count them all. They're all over the place. No, they're regular public schools, Dynamite. Just regular schools that are brand new in this area. We do have one of the lower property um, tax rates here in Pflugerville, where I live. And Round Rock's really high. Austin's really super high. So it's kind of drawing in a lot of people that want to, want to be able to afford nice properties. And so because of that, they had to start building some new schools in the area. And a lot of those new schools are now starting to, I think, attract a lot of other living situations as well. Hooterville. No, it's not Hooterville. It's Pflugerville with a P. Some people, it's PF. Some people say Fluggerville. I don't know. I don't know how to say it. It's German. I'm sure I'm absolutely destroying it. AMC customer support says, yes, plenty of apartment buildings being built for people who won't be able to afford the rent. Uh, you mean won't be able to afford house payments? And I would probably tend to agree. There's probably there might be something to that. Kevin says the apartments going up around me cost as much per month as my nice home. I don't understand where they expect everyone to get this money from. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Albert says Plungerville. Here, let me spell it for you guys. I'm probably gonna spell it wrong too. Watch. There, that's how you spell it. It was tough for me to get used to spelling that, just because it's kind of weird. Deb says they want you to sell your homes. Yes, they do. I get phone calls like almost daily. It feels like sometimes people ask me if I'm willing to sell my home. Like just random people call me up, asking me if I want to sell. It's like, no, I don't. Nana Ape says it sounds like a town out of Dr. Seuss book. Good morning, Manjit. How's it going? Dr. Seuss, huh? We're the Feebles here. I did not receive your Discord message. I don't get Discord messages, guys. Just so you know, if you send me a Discord message, I'm not getting them for whatever reason. So I get zero Discord messages now. I don't know if it's because I have it constantly open on my computer and it causes that to, because I open it on occasion on my phone for whatever reason. But if you guys are sending me messages through Discord, I am getting zero messages through Discord anymore. So if I just so happen to go in there into my messages and check and click on each individual person, then maybe I see it. So it's becoming a very unreliable source to be able to contact me. Minaj Chauhan. I'm not sure. I love the name. Let me just say I love the name. Good morning to you. No, it's actually cheaper to pay a mortgage than an apartment. Several friends' rent jumped from 18 to 2,500. They renewed their lease. One got a house for 1,900 a month. Interesting. Government funded construction has blown up around here too. They don't even make progress. 420 gap fill this week? Question mark. So I'm not, I don't really Vlixen, I don't really like the whole gap fill theory. I mean, I get it. I don't really feel like it always plays out all that well. So I don't count on gap fills. I don't look at gap fills and say like, oh yeah, here it has to fill a gap fill. Without it, then you're not going to see any kind of price movement. I don't buy into that theory. If there are gap fill, if price manages to make it to a certain point and there's a gap fill to be filled, then yes. But I don't think price specifically moves to a certain point to just gap fill that spot. So if you're looking at if you're looking at 420 gap fill on this, I wouldn't look back like that. At least I don't. I don't think AMC trades like that at all. I've seen plenty of times where gap fills get skipped over and never retraced at all over a year's period of time. So not buying into it as far as this gap fill goes. I don't, I will say this though. This week we have the earnings report, and more than likely they may be trying to price in a price drop going into the earnings report. So perhaps maybe expect some upwards price momentum followed by some quick decreasing price going into the announcement or on the announcement of AMC's earnings report. Yes, Ed, I did. I did get a notice. Dr. Zia says I have a cousin who is a long time real estate agent. Says the housing market is effed. Time bomb waiting to explode like an H bomb. I'm more worried about the commercial property. I have a feeling that's going to blow up first, and then and then the housing market will probably follow. Point Break Thor says, "Who doesn't like cap fills?" On the SPY. I thought you meant $4.20. Yeah, on the SPY, let me look at it. I mean, I don't know. I was looking at SPY earlier this morning, and it's really not. So I've got an ascending or an ascending broadening wedge here that I got drawn out here, which I expected to see a breakdown to about 389 by this point in time, and it's definitely not going that direction. Now, we did get, normally when we've seen green days in the past, we've had lower volume, and that's bearish move, and it finally did get that bearish breakdown, but it never even tested 400. The lowest that it got to was, dang it, I hate it when I move these by accident. The lowest that it got to was 403.78. So I'm really surprised by that. And then we had the reversal with 2 days of increasing volume compared to what we've seen from the past, which is bullish. So if we have continued volume moving up and price moving upwards, then we could see a continuation on this. In regards to gap filling for 420 from the past in here, yeah, maybe. I mean, if it was going to be a gap fill, it would probably be somewhere between like 414 and 420. Yeah. But this is completely unexpected, and I really quite honestly don't know where this money came from. Seeing the SPY run upwards over the last 2 days of last week was completely unexpected on my part, and everything else was not even expecting it either. I mean, we even had the U.S. dollar was up, oil was, everything was up, everything, including cryptocurrencies. And it's like, how's that possible? How does everything move up? Something should be heading downwards. Nothing was. So I don't know. Kevin says that money came from the PPT. I mean, I don't think that the PPT really has like money to throw at things, Kevin. I think if anything, they manage how things are I think it's more of a management thing than it is a money issue. But where did the money come from? I'd have to go back. I guess what we could do is we could take a look at the government um, spending worksheet and take a look at that and see if there was some significant drop or spending that occurred last week. I could do that. I think. Turtle says nothing to see here. Completely normal. Keep moving on. Let me pull up the spreadsheet for the spending for the government, and let me see what their balance sheet here. Where do I have that? It is. I know I've got this in here somewhere. Here we go. All right. I have data for the 27th. I don't have any data yet beyond that. So we would probably have to wait a little bit longer before we see the end of the month data. But I can certainly take a look at it and see if there's something in there that really kind of jumps out at me as like a massive change. For example, deposits with FR banks other than reserve balances, term deposits held by depository institutions, U.S. Treasury, general account. Let me see here. There is a big difference here. Let me see, 14. Includes deposits held at reserve banks by international and multilateral organizations, government-sponsored enterprises, designated financial market utilities, and deposits held by depository institutions and joint accounts in connection with their participation in certain private sector payment agreements. Also includes certain deposit accounts other than U.S. Treasury general account for service provided by the Reserve Bank as fiscal agents of the United States. But that's listed under other, but I don't see that. The big number here is deposits with FR banks other than the reserve balances. Shows a big change from April 19th to April 27th. Shows up, it was a positive number for April 19th of $125 billion, and it went negative 751 billion the next week. So I gotta figure out what that is. I mean, I'm scrolling through the balance sheet. If you guys want to take a look at it yourself, maybe I'll do this on my next break. But I'll post the balance sheet up here for you guys in case you want to take a look at it yourself. You're more than welcome to. Actually, don't use that link. Let me give a better one because you probably want to look at like different dates. So I don't want to just give you the most current one. So you can go, if you use that more current link that I just gave you, that will actually take you to where you can click on each individual week's numbers and see what the differences are. Let me see here. I'm still looking. AMC is up now 0.73%. We dropped back down a little bit. We're at $5.55. Ape is up 1.9 at 1.529. It is 9:03 and it's time for me to take a look at the numbers here. Let me just keep looking here. So there's actually, let me just kind of scroll over this page to you guys so you guys can see this real quick. But I do want to note here, I mean, just looking at their balance sheet, you can see that there's some big changes in some of the numbers here. You've got week over week, you can see that the numbers drastically change. Now remember, each one of these numbers is in billions of dollars. When it's anything higher than 4 digits, these are being reported in millions, right? So 379,671 is actually 379,671,000,000 share or dollars difference than what it was previously. So these are actually some drastic changes for last week, and perhaps maybe government spending that occurred. Big changes. I mean, you can see looks like they made a lot of money on some loans as well. Other credit extensions they made a lot of money on as well. But this is the big number, right? Some of the numbers that are being the positive numbers here, they made 573 billion in reverse repurchase agreements. They also made 493 billion in others, right? Which it doesn't specify exactly what the others are. But then they went from a positive 125 billion on deposits with FR banks and other reserve balances to a negative 751 billion. And then they've got under U.S. Treasury general account, that went negative as well. It was positive 125 billion, went negative 652 billion. So big swings on some of these numbers here. I actually didn't scroll down beyond this. Some big number changes. Right now, mortgage-backed securities held outright. They've got as of April 26th, they have 2.575. And what I like to do with this is I like to go back and check compared to like previous periods of time. So they're holding on to a lot of mortgage-backed securities currently at 2.5. Well, this is in millions of dollars, so it's 2.5 trillion dollars in mortgage-backed securities that they're holding on to here. And I like to go back, like a quarter, so we can go back to like January, end of January, and see what those numbers look like in contrast. And if we scroll down a little bit, where is it? Right here. It was 2.6 trillion. So the numbers come down a little bit in mortgage-backed securities that they're holding on to. Supplemental information on mortgage-backed securities. So this is these are guaranteed by Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, and Ginnie Mae. The current face value shown is the remaining principal balance of the securities. So it has dropped a little bit over the last quarter. Commercials went from 8,000 to what is it now? Commercial went from, yeah, it's still 8,000. Or I should say 8 billion, 8.4 billion. I'm looking at the numbers saying 8,409, but it's 8.4 billion in dollars. Anyways, enjoy. You guys take a look at some of those numbers and see what makes sense to you. I'm gonna have to take a closer look at those and see if there's something interesting there to report on. Einstein says global manufacturing came in hot means higher inflation coming. Einstein, thank you very much. Appreciate reporting on that. The one thing that I want to know about is construction spending. Is that up or down? Let's take a look at the numbers, Natnail. We'll find out what it is. Taking you guys over the other screen here, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication, you may want to consider getting it, as it could help prevent keeping somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for it, make sure that you, if your broker allows you to put in a second device to be able to receive the passcode, not a bad idea, as you never know if something's going to happen to your primary and get locked out of your account. Let's see what we got going on here. In regards to, oh yeah, one more thing. Over this weekend, I had somebody who came on the Discord and said that something changed on their account, and they noticed it because they were taking pictures of their account, and so they knew what they held versus what was being reported, and it was wrong. So if you're not taking pictures of what it is that you're holding within your portfolio, you're probably doing yourself a big disservice. So make sure you're holding on to that. Fortunately for said person, before the weekend was over, all the correct numbers were being reported back again in their accounts. So could have just been a technical glitch that showed up, but imagine if they had not known that something had changed and they didn't know what it changed from and to. So please make sure you guys are taking pictures of your portfolio so you know exactly what's going on with your account any given time and you have proof of it. Don't let your brokers be that powerful that they that you have apathy to knowing your positions. Let's take a look at what we got going on here with these numbers. In regards to price prediction tally points, I won the week out last week with the closest price. I was off by 1 penny on the combined price of AMC and Ape. I thought $6.99 was going to be the number that we would close out. It was $7, even right on the mark. We had 150 on AMC or Ape and 550 on AMC. So I thought for sure we'd close at least up a penny or down a penny from $7, but nope, didn't. Right on 7. So, but yeah, that gave me the extra bonus points. So I won out the week last week, and with 7 points for the week because I had one day where I did get the exact price correct. Short exempt volume was 175.7 thousand shares on AMC from Friday. Ape was 80.5 thousand shares. Utilization was 100%. Still, we're on day number 74 straight trading days in a row of 100% utilization. Ape is at 53.58%, which was an increase day over day. AMC and Ape were both up on Friday. AMC up 2.42, Ape up 2.04%. Max Pain is still 550 for this week, or for today, I mean, rather. We'll see what it changes to going throughout the week. Off exchange volume, let's take a look. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange and EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11%. As it stands right now, off exchange is at 57.01% and EDGX is at 10.97. The combined total 67.98%, or about 13.98% higher than I would expect to see by this time of the day. And taking a look at Ape, (53.19%) going through off exchange. EDGX is 12.79. The combined total 65.98%, or 11.98% higher than I would expect by this time of the morning. Oh, I forgot CHX volume. CHX on AMC is at 0.1 with a 30-day average of 2.32, so nothing unusual there. On Ape, it's 0 shares going through there, and on GME, CHX volume is 0.05 with a 30-day average of 0.26, so nothing unusual happening there. Taking a look at institutional ownership, earlier this morning was 133.775 million shares. It's now 133.718, a little bit further down. Let's see, we've got options. Highest amount of call volume going into this morning is currently at a $6 strike. That is up 50 cents from last week. And so far for the day today, we've got 7.3 thousand contracts. That's about double what I would expect to see in volume for the morning. On puts, we have at a $5.50 strike, we have 3.9 thousand contracts. That's pretty close to what I would expect to see in volume. Market suggesting a closing price somewhere between $5.50 and $6 by the end of the day today. It's a good thing I picked $5.62 for my price. Taking a look at, what are we moving to? Oh yeah, I gotta take you guys over the other screen here so we can take a look at some of the data. Mountains. Give me just a second while I move some screens. Or screams. So right off the bat this morning, we did jump up in price combined between AMC and Ape. We tried to break 715, which has been a massive level of support and resistance from the past for us. We've always had difficulty with 715, but you can see we've come back down a little bit and started consolidating. We have not retested both these lower levels of increasing levels of support that we've seen here. It's very, very possible that we could see a breakout going towards the tip of this kind of in this range, this time range in here, with some consolidation. We might touch maybe 715 again, once, maybe twice. This does tend to be a level of resistance where we struggle. So maybe we get some consolidation in here. The time frame for this breakout would be around 1555 today, that I've got this box drawn up for. So about 4 o'clock or right around market close. Of course, leaving out just the tip. Oh, combined price of AMC and APE is at 707. Taking a look at short share interest of the free float. So a lot of shares haven't been returned so far for the day-to-day on AMC. 2.3 million shares returned so far. That's going to cause that estimated short share interest of the free float to drop to 25.95%. Cost to borrow, min is at 335.69, average is 342.83, and max is at 345.42. Let's see if we got some failure to delivers being reported in here. I think we did. Nope, not yet. That might be a little bit later. Utilization. Here's our 74 trading days in a row since our last little downtick in utilization to appear. Our on loan amount day over day on Friday decreased by 1.73 million shares, leaving us at 183.24 million shares. Ortex estimated that about 674,000 of that was in short interest that was closed out, as seen through the estimated short share interest of the free float drop from 26.24 down to 26.12. On loan average age per day slightly dropping from 117.81 million to 117.56. So very small drop there. Not a whole lot. It's really difficult to even see. Security lending volume did drop day over day from, let's see here, we went from 50.4 million shares all the way down to 18.1 million shares. Taking a look at APE, so far for the day-to-day, 19,000 shares having been borrowed. That's going to have not really any impact on estimated short share interest of the free float, which is at 5.23%. Cost to borrow min, there have been no return shares so far for the day-to-day on APE. Cost to borrow min's at 8.91, average is 9.13, and max is 9.23. Let's see what we got going on over here. Utilization slightly rising day over day from 53 to 53.58%. On loan amount increased by 650,000 shares from 23.99 million shares to 24.66. Wait a minute. I had said 650,000 shares. That's more than that. That's 67. Whew. Bad math this morning. Coffee was still kicking in. 670,000 shares increased. I don't know why I got that wrong. Let's take a look at security lending. Oops, not security lending. Short share interest of the free float increased day over day from 5.19 to 5.23. And on loan average age per day did start coming down from 73.8 down to 72.73. Security lending volume did rise on Friday from 405,000 the previous day to 956,000 the next day. Orders by Fidelity customers. I don't expect to see AMC APE on this list or GME, likely due to the fact that we have low volume. Trigger price for SSR is at $4.95. APE is at 1.35. Shares available to borrow is showing up at 500,000 shares. I think that's about how much it was earlier this morning. No, it looks like they did borrow an additional 50,000 shares earlier this morning, and mostly returns into the ETFs. There was another almost 1,000 shares in the ETFs. So far for the day-to-day, we've seen about 300,000 shares borrowed. Fees are back up again. They were 178.9 earlier this morning, and now they're back up to 211.3. Last week it was at 217.1, so they are heading back upwards here. We currently have 82.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 42.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 119.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 5,000 contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.05, Dow Jones is up 0.25, and the S&P 500 is up 0.15. We have 3,832 advancers to 2,371 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining. Let's take a look at some of the banks. As we said earlier, FRC is suspended and will remain that way. JP Morgan to take over. I'm only looking for big movers plus or minus 3%. Wells Fargo is up 3.16. JP Morgan is up 2.97. And those are the big movers. There are some red ones that are down. Ethereum Classic is down 0.45. US dollar is up 0.24. Oil is up 0.46. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.53 to 0.55. And the SPY is up 0.12. VIX is up 1.27. VBR is up 0.52. VB is up 0.48. Tesla is down 0.96. Amazon is down 1.42. Let me just check something real quick here. Okay. Amazon seems to be a little bit of an ascending wedge with some rising volume as price starts to fall a little bit. We may see Amazon take a little bit of a hit here in the very near future. Cinemark is up 1.01, Doge is down 1.09, Bitcoin is down 2.55 at 28.4K a coin. GME is down 1.81, HYMC is up 2.78, NCMI is down 2.05, HOOD is down 0.79, APE is up 1.43 at $1.522, and AMC is up 0.94 at $5.55. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, we have approximately like 25, 28,000, 25, $30,000 more outflow or inflow than outflow. It's very, very small amounts difference. 4.4 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 52 minutes worth of trading. Puts us on a pace for 33 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25. Looks like we're on pace for that. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 69.35, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.78, excuse me. 61.78, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 54.88, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 47.31, which is slightly below average. Taking a look at APE, there is approximately about $20,000 more outflow than inflow. Again, not much of a spread here. 1.71 million shares traded so far after 53 minutes worth of trading. Puts us on a pace for 12.58 million shares traded by the end of the day today. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.94, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.51. Which is above average. And on a 30-minute interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.65, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.9, which is also above average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud on a 1-hour time interval. Some of the things that we're looking at for the day-to-day, we have lagging line is above price line, conversions above base. This is somewhat of a good buy signal here. At 154, it becomes a really strong buy as it gets the lagging line over the price line on the 1-hour chart. So we really want to kind of finish this day out above 154 if possible. We're really close to that at 152. It could potentially remain a buy signal if we are able to see that 154 by the end of the day today or higher. On a 4-hour time interval, we have lagging line is below price line, conversions below base, but price is starting to move up towards a thin portion of a red cloud, which is where price usually likes to break out at. That would be at $1.59. So anything above 159 really turns into a big buy signal, except for one little key factor. Lagging line's got to get over price line, which is really a buck 64 or 161, I mean. So the 159 getting out of the cloud's not enough. We need to see 161 or higher to see more upwards momentum on Ape. Conversion is about ready to pass the baseline. We could see. I don't really think we'd see buying pressure until 160. A big buying pressure until 161. On Ape, on a 1 hour time interval, on Ape AMC at a 1 hour time interval, we've got lagging line is above price line, conversion is above base, but price, while spiking, has now suddenly come down and traded sideways right smack dab into that baseline there. So that little drive up early this morning caused the base and conversion lines to head upwards. And I mentioned that we would need to see price stay above conversion in order for us to continue to be a buy signal. Well, conversion just moved from 550 up to 557. So that's now the new magic number. Earlier this morning, I said we need to keep price above 555 for the day today to see the lagging line stay above price line for the futures. So really targeting anything above 155 would be great, but even staying above the conversion is even more important, which is 557. So I'm actually going to have to change my number here a little bit. We need to see continued buying pressure above 557 to see more. And on a 4 hour time interval, we have lagging line above price line, conversion above base. We are testing into the conversion line here briefly. Conversion line's at 551, and I mentioned that in order for this to continue to stay a buy signal, we need to see price stay above the base, which is at 537. Earlier this morning, it was at actually it was 510. It's showing 517 now. Why did I say 537? Oh, actually, I don't know. Oh, it's where the conversion was earlier this morning. So conversion has moved upwards to 551. So that's now creating pressure on us to stay above 551 for close. So let me change that number as well. So staying above 551 and 557 are both kind of crucial for us to continue to see more continued buying pressure. And with that, that is all I've got for you guys. Yeah, Steven says, waiting for Friday morning. Let's see what they do when good news comes out early. My guess, Steven, the same thing they've always done. Drive the price down. Hey Leonard, man, we've I'm gonna have to hide you on this, man. You already got warned once before. Tendies plus plus says, what do you call the level above a cougar? Def Leppard. You know what it reminds me of? Attendees plus plus. I don't know if you've watched a whole lot of SpongeBob SquarePants, but it reminds me of the episode when SpongeBob SquarePants and Patrick are going around selling purses for clams to store your clams in, and then they start selling purses to hold your purses, and then they knock on these old lady's door, and the old lady that answers the door has her mom that like pops up, and she's like, "Huh?" I don't know why it reminded me of that, but it did. I used to watch a lot of SpongeBob with my kids. I'm looking for it here. Here it is. Oh, they were selling it for chocolates. That's right. They were selling the chocolates, and then they were selling purses to put your chocolates in. That's right. For some reason, I thought it was for shells. This is 6 minutes and 39 seconds. I don't know if I could submit you guys to that long of a sponge. If you haven't seen it, look it up. It's funny. This is why I liked watching SpongeBob SquarePants with my kids. It was actually legit funny. Yukon says poker night was fun. We had poker night last night. Yukon was the big wiener for the night. In fact, I think they posted up the picture, if I'm not mistaken. In general, let me go back and see here. Yeah, they did. And I want to disclaim here on my own part, I never rebought. But this is the final amount here. Yukon. I think these are all the players over here. We may have had one other person playing. So I guess in total we had six people playing, and the amount of each time you got $10,000 to buy in. So you can see you can see that there was a lot of buy-ins going on here. How many buy-ins was that? Let's see. 262 divided by 26 buy-ins for six people. The average buy-in was 4.3 times. So a lot of buying in going in. I never bought in more than the initial buy-in. But at the very end of the night, we just go all in until somebody ends up winning, and then whoever's got the full amount, it gives you an idea how much action there was. Yukon says that's the share price floor, right? That's right. That's it. Mac and B says I never play poker one table tourney with buy-ins. Yeah, I know. I kind of feel the same way, Mac and B's. I participated in one of those one time. And the guy, when I was trying to remember how it happened. The I had a guy go in all in. I had pocket aces. Did I have pocket aces? No, it wasn't me. Oh, I know what it was. I was playing with somebody, my ex-wife. She was in the tournament as well. Uh, I know what it was. She had pocket aces, and another guy had king nine offsuit. She got them all in on pre-flop, and why anybody would go all in on a pre-flop with a king nine suited or unsuited offsuit would makes no sense to me whatsoever. And what we got for an answer later was is that when it's a buy-in, a lot of these guys they've got crap tons of money that they can just throw at the tables, and they'll shoot for doubling up on their money early on in a poker tournament to get them to the end, and they don't care if they have to put down two or three times the buy-in. It's just chump change for them. So everything's all in for like the first hour or however long the rebuy is for. Everybody's just like shoving chips around, trying to gain advantage in position. I ended up finishing that tournament. I was the bubble boy. I ended up finishing in that tournament one position out of making money. It really pissed me off. But I swore that I would probably never buy a rebuy tournament ever again. I didn't like that. Turtle says, "Poker isn't for me. This is my biggest gamble ever." See, I don't really view poker as a gamble though. I think if you play solid poker and you know your numbers, it shouldn't be a gambling game. It's there's much more than gambling in that game. Oh, there's already been calculators out there for a long time, Sam, that tell them what their best move is. Long, long time ago. They already have bots playing on some of these poker websites that you can go onto and play real cash. Already have bots that are playing on them. It's and it's pretty obvious when it happens. You can tell. And mainly you can tell because just the way they play. They don't play like a normal person would play. It's probably a lot like how a chess player can tell when they're playing against somebody who's cheating. I would imagine because I've always kind of wondered like how can a chess player know when somebody's using a computer to make moves, and it's because usually they make moves that are moves that most people wouldn't normally make. It was a poker player. I don't know about chess. I think there was a poker player that got caught cheating with something in there. Something somewhere. Maybe it was. I don't know. I don't think it was chess, but maybe it was. Swami says AMC plus Ape equals $7.11. But Donkey Kong says they know the same way that you can tell if someone is using Chat GPT. It just seems it seems almost wow, that's crazy, Sam. Because there was a poker player that just recently got caught for having some kind of device as well. Got a little level of support here that we're seeing, a rising level of support, but we also have a little bit of a resistance Fibonacci retracement at 558. We may see a breakout coming out here soon. We do have falling. Let's take a look at this. We have obviously we have falling volume, but let's see what we got for price movement. Looks like it might be rising. I mean, I guess I should probably take it all the way back here. Yeah, we got falling price. Falling volume, falling price. Could see a bullish breakout here. And this trend is pointing to the bottom side. Let's try estimating here. It's a 2 penny gap. That's crazy. How long are they going to trade us sideways today? I'm curious. Swami says 715. Don't we want to cross? Yeah, I mean it's been a massive point of resistance from the past, and right now we're at 707. But yeah, I mean we've definitely struggled with 715 on numerous occasions. So a break past 715 would be ideal. At some point, people are going to want to kind of like move back to like, I mean, if you're whatever happened to a challenge of the mind, right? Like if you're always getting people who are cheating in games, at some point people are going to get really pissed off and be like, you know what, this is enough. If you cheat, you're banned for life, kind of thing. Uh, because I mean, at some point, you know, it's not really fun. I don't like playing. I know when my kids cheat in any kind of games, I just stop playing. I'm like, if I catch you cheating, I'm just not going to play games with you anymore. Because you know, if you want to win, I understand the desire to win is there. If you want to win because you earned it, not because you were cheating. Cheating doesn't give you any satisfaction in knowing that you won. Tom D says, unless it's Uno, you can cheat in Uno. I won't play. Sam says cheat codes always ruin good games. Yep. Nana Ape says I cheated at a pool table when I was drunk. On a pool table? You're not supposed to say those quiet things out loud. I can't imagine cheating at pool while you're drunk. That seems difficult to do. Did we get any tweets from Adam Aaron this morning or this weekend? Let me see here. I haven't checked his tweets lately. 19 hours ago. This is actually the first I've seen this. Let's see here. April 27th. I didn't see this one either. I am at the 10th annual CinemaCon in Las Vegas, where all the major studios unveil their coming film slates. There's such a dazzling array of movies in the works. The movies being released in 2023 and 2024 are just sensational. And happily for AMC, there are so many of them. I love movies. And then he posted something as well 19 hours ago saying, I am absolutely delighted to tell you that AMC Perfectly Popcorn is widely available now at some 2,600 Walmart stores across the United States. And given many requests from you, it can also be shipped to your home via walmart.com. And I know So some people have started to order online as well. Which, speaking of which, if you're not an A-list member and you like going to see the movies, it might be something you might want to check out. A-list memberships can help you save money and also allow you to see additional movies than you would normally see. Mr. Finance says, did we avoid the writers' labor strike? I don't know anything about it, Mr. Finance. I haven't heard anything about it at all, but I haven't really been paying attention either. Let me see here. So this is from CNN from an hour ago. Hollywood braces for writer's strike that could shut down production on most TV shows. The clock is ticking toward a costly strike that could shut down production on most television shows, pushing back the return of many programs now set for the fall. Last month, members of the Writers Guild of America voted 98% in favor of going on strikes if no new deal is reached before their current contract expires at 11:59 PDT Monday. With less than a day left before the deadline, the two sides appear far apart. Does not. I'm looking to see where it may affect movies if they write about that in here. According to QZ.com, it says movies with completed screenplays and TV shows with written scripts can continue to be made even if writers stop writing, at least for some time. Another Vox is saying when the writers strike, the ripple effects can be large, particularly for people who work in TV. Nothing mentioning of movies. Yeah, CNN does state it here in their April 18th writing, saying writers for television, movies, and streaming shows have voted overwhelmingly to go on strike if no labor deal can be reached before May 1st. So some are saying movies, some are only saying TV. I'm not sure. Sam says movies will be fine. Scripts are stacked up for years. I mean, I would imagine that there's like tons and tons of scripts out there available, but it may put a dampening in what they can pull from, maybe for a period of time. AMC's trying to get that break, but there's not a whole lot of volume yet here. There's a little bit of a spike in volume as price tried to move up towards a retest of 558. The combined price of AMC and Ape is at 712. Breaking through 715 is going to be the key here. Doug says Chat GPT will write the scripts. Corey says thoughts on the banking sector and what might happen next. Man, I don't know. To be honest with you, I really thought the banking sector would be the last kind of piece of the puzzle to fall apart. To see it be the first piece was kind of backwards from what I was expecting. So I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe we see a consolidation. The rich get richer. Plague says Evil Dead was definitely a good, relaxing horror flick. I gave it like a 6 out of 10 on jump scares, which I easily jump for. So, but yeah, I mean, it wasn't by. There was a lot of blood. There's a lot of blood. You know, Kramer's already been talking really big about some of these banks, Corey. So, so if that's any consolation to what it is that you're asking, I know Kramer's been bullish on some of these banks. I thought one of the first things that would fall, more than likely, would probably be the commercial uh, real estate. I thought we would see a lot of forfeitures in commercial real estate, and then you'd see a lot of, well, I guess construction, and then the economy kind of failing a little bit, which we already have sort of kind of seen. But production is still really high, though. Nobody seems to be, the interest rates being raised doesn't seem to have an effect on um, production, which means that we're just going to end up having more inflation. So, but I expected hedge funds to fail before banks, for sure. What are your thoughts on residential housing? Um, Eventually down the road, I have a feeling that they'll probably struggle. We'll probably see a little bit of a housing correction as well. I don't think you could have a commercial housing or a commercial correction, commercial real estate correction, and not see a housing market correction to go with it. Stephen Valero says, I worked as casting director 2007. Writers' strike did not affect movies, only TV then. I guess, when you think about it, Stephen, a lot of the scripts that are created, like was mentioned earlier, are done well in advance on the movies. So there's like not really a whole lot of need there. I mean, there's probably some small adjustments that need to be made, but could probably be made by somebody other than a writer. And so, these writing scripts for TV parts, those are getting pumped out, constantly. So I guess it kind of makes a little bit of sense. It would be felt there first. Dana says, missed you on Thursday and Friday. Just got back from Canada. I hope Canada was well. I hope it was good to you. Hope you had a fun time in Canada. Casey, what are your thoughts on the talk of without the reverse split, AMC will go bankrupt? It seems like more FUD to scare us. Um, sorry, I'm watching what my dog's doing. He's acting weird. It's hard to say. Honestly, I will say this, and I think that really it's not about the reverse split. It's more about dilution and raising capital. That's what it's really about. I think Adam Aaron does need to needs to be able to raise capital. If he doesn't raise capital, then I think and perhaps maybe take care of some of the debt, then he's going to have some problems on his hands. And so I do think that there is some issues there. How long we have until those issues arise is probably, some people are saying 2 quarters. I think it might be somewhere between 3 and 4 quarters, but it all depends on what our numbers look like in Q2. So we'll see. We gotta wait about 3 more months before we'll know that information. So we got a little bit of a break past 650 or 558. It's moving a little bit quicker now that it's got past that hurdle. The total price between AMC and APE is at 716 and is attempting to try and break through this again. We'll see. This is the secondary touch for the day on 715. We'll see if we can get this breakthrough finally to occur. We got about 3 more minutes and I'll take a look at the numbers again. James of Arizona says, good morning, everyone. Can you add a trampoline small? Yes, I absolutely could. Let me zoom out here just a tad bit and figure out a place where I want to add this trampoline at. Hmm. Oh, I hate it when I hit the wrong button. Hopefully we can get the keep the price above this point here. Some of you are probably seeing this tramp for the very first time. You're going like, what the heck is going on here? Welcome to the big tramp. Uh, don't ask, don't tell. That's what the big tramp's all about. It's not what you thought it was the whole time. Oh, you dirty, dirty minds. I know you do. Is that a pentagram? No, that's my big tramp, man. Dirty people. You're also dirty. I know. Every single person who probably came in and saw the lowrider Big Tramp, you guys were probably going like, "What the hell does Big Tramp mean?" I'm kind of curious. Like, I think that's one of the things that I'm probably going to ask people when we all meet in person for the very first time. I'd be like, "What did you think Big Tramp meant when you saw Big Tramp?" Because probably everybody's comes in looking at this live stream going like, "Big Tramp? What the hell is Big Tramp? Why is it a lowrider?" Oh man, and I'm just gonna enjoy it. I will absolutely enjoy every single one of your answers. I'm sure of it. Pyreborn says, I thought traveler like a gypsy. I love this incline on price that we're seeing. I mean, it's nice and steady, right? Like there's nothing out of control here, but there's just nice steady increase on price on Ape going up. 155.8 is the number that we need to see to reset a synthetic price failure on Ape, and it's getting really darn close. We should, if we get past 155.8, we need to see a strong break past that. The reason, what that number is, for those of you who don't know what a synthetic price failure is, whenever we see a 19.5% or greater drop in price from a previous high, you need to see a 15% increase in price from whatever that low is to see a reset of that synthetic price failure. And so 155.8 happens to be that number, which is where that blue line is at, and we should see uh, a little bit of a significant break past it. It shouldn't just be like a kiss your cousin kind of moment. It's not a little, you don't want a little peck off of 155.8 where it just hits it and say, oh yeah, that's a reset. It needs to really drive through 155.8. That's how you know that you've got a good reset of upwards momentum in price. I wouldn't say that it's normal looking pro jeweler. In fact, I would say not at all. But it is on a nice trend though. I like the trend that it's taking. Yeah, there's hardly anything normal about it. All right, it's 10:03, guys. It's time for me to take a look at the numbers. Let me take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold your personal thoughts, questions, comments, or concerns specifically for me until you see that big tramp back on the screen. Otherwise, I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing. Give me 1 second while I move some screens around, and we will take a look at these numbers. Alrighty, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about I can't math right now. 49% going through off exchange and somewhere between 11 and 12% going through EDGX. On AMC, we have currently 56.75% going through off exchange. EDGX is 11.58. Combined total 68.33%, or about 8.33% higher than I would expect to see by this time of the day normally. CHX volume is 0.11 with a 30-day average of 2.31, so that's low. Taking a look at Ape, 49.49% going through off exchange. EDGX is 10.32. Combined total 59.61 or 59.81%. That is about 0.19% lower than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 100 shares, so nothing really going through there. And on GME, CHX volume is 0.04 with a 30-day average of 0.26, so nothing really happened on that either. Taking a look at Ortex data. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 2.3 million shares having been returned on AMC. It's now 4.98 million shares. That's a pretty significant number. A long time ago, I don't know how long you guys have been here for, but I used to say anything over 3 million shares returned or borrowed would usually result in a significant price increase upwards. So there has been almost 5 million shares returned for the day-to-day, which is going to drop our short share interest of the free float to 25.8%. Cost borrow mins at 335.69, averages 342.82, and max is 345.42. Shares on loan day over day dropped by 1.73 million shares on loan to 183.24 million shares. Ortex estimated that about 674,000 of that was in short interest that was returned. Taking a look at Ape in the last hour, there was 18,000 shares having been borrowed so far or 19,000. So there were about 700,000 shares returned, dropping it down to 18,000 shares. So not a whole lot of shares returned there. But I think there's only one borrow for the day to day. Nope, there's more than one. I take that back because cost to borrow, min, max, and average are not the same. Min is at 8.91, average is 9.13, and max is 9.23. That 18,000 shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day is not a whole lot, so it's going to keep that short share interest, the free float, at 5.23%. Day over day, there was 670,000 shares, new shares on loan, bringing us to 24.66 million shares on loan for the day-to-day. And taking a look at the options, highest amount of call contracts an hour ago was at a $6 strike. That is still the same. It went from 7.3 thousand contracts to 11.6. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5.50 strike. An hour ago, there's 3.9 thousand contracts. There's now 6.1. Market is suggesting a closing price on AMC somewhere between $5.50 and $6 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, we are currently at $7.10. That's now the second time that we've hit that 715 number for the day-to-day, and we may see some more consolidation. I'm starting to feel like I need to move this back just a little bit here. Let me just look at the numbers here. 714. Yeah, I'm moving this back a little bit. 703 to 715. Yeah, that's about right. I'm moving that back a little bit, and the reason I'm doing that is because I usually like to give myself at least a 10 point spread for the breakout on the box for consolidation. I don't usually expect consolidation to occur within like a 5-cent range. So I would expect to see some consolidation up to this point potentially with a possible breakout. And the time here that the breakout would be that I've got my box drawn for is about 14:11 or 2:11 this afternoon Eastern Standard Time. Got a little bit of a trend line still kind of forming on the bottom side down here, and I think we're retesting it probably right about now. I do still feel like there may be an additional attempt here at least once more of 715 before the day's over, and hopefully the breakout somewhere in that time box. Orders by Fidelity customers. I'm only looking for AMC, APE, and GME. Due to low volume, we are not on this list. None of those. SSR trigger price is at 495, APE at 1.35. Shares available to borrow does look like it has increased from 500,000 earlier this morning to 700,000 shares. There are shares being returned. Again, with the amount of shares that I just told you guys, 5 million shares having been returned for the day-to-day, you're going to see available shares start going back up here, guys. And what we should see happen as an end result is we should start seeing fees starting to drop again as more shares become available to borrow. But as of current, the fees are still at 211.3%. NASDAQ is up 0.03. Dow Jones is up 0.29. The SP 500 is up 0.2. We have 3,603 advancers to 2,651 decliners. The market's more declining right now by about 200 securities that are being traded now in a decline compared to what it was an hour ago. So we are seeing a more weak market now than we did an hour ago. Plus or minus 3% on the banks. The biggest movers, we've got Coinbase down 4.8, and JP Morgan's up 2.9. Those are the biggest movers. Ethereum Classic is down 0.8%. US dollar is up 0.36 and still trending very, very strongly upwards. Oil is currently down 1.03. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.69 to 0.71, and the SPY is up 0.17. The VIX is now down 0.76. VBR is up 0.3. VB is up 0.37. Tesla is down 2.23. Amazon is down 1.88. Cinemark is up 1.39. Doge is down 1.2. Bitcoin is down 2.83 at 28.4 coins K a coin. It's hard to say. GME is down 1.5. HYMC is up 3.25. NCMI is down 0.94. HUD is down 0.68. APE is up 2.33. And AMC is up 1%. Inflow versus outflow for the day today on AMC, there's roughly about $300,000 more outflow than inflow. 6.41 million shares in volume so far for the day today. After 101 minutes worth of trading, we're on pace for 24.75 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25. Looks like we're pacing that. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 70.8, which is signaling overbought. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 64.27, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 54.98, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 48.91, which is average. A little bit of whipsaw action going here on a smaller time interval. On APE, so far for the day today, we have $100,000 more inflow than outflow. 2.46 million shares traded so far after 102 minutes worth of trading, putting us at 9.4 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 1 and 20 million shares. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 59.75, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 63.88, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 64.33, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 56.27, which is slightly above average. Looks like we've got some news on AMC. News that's not popping up. The Super Mario Brothers movie is the first film in 2023 to cross the 1 billion mark. I do believe somebody else was in here earlier this morning mentioning the 1 billion number. We're gonna have to get a push up here soon before too long, so we can get that bounce down into the tramp. We get that big bounce. All right, with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Vacay says, shouldn't be a kiss your cousin kind of moment. That's how you know you have an upward moment of price. Casey 2023. It's just a peck. You don't want to see those pecks. You want to see it just drive through there like it's a lover. Like a good old kiss with tongue. Your wife's boyfriend, I thought the same thing. They should do a management training thing where they give shares to good employees as a retention move. Yeah, Pro Jeweler says full tongue. That's right. Right, just right past it. Arthur says, when are we getting a Casey bobblehead? I tend to find, Arthur, that a lot of this stuff becomes really, really popular after the person dies. So you probably will never see it. Our kids will play around with this kind of stuff. This will be popular like when we're in our 80s. Well, people will be looking back at what happened here and going like, wow, that was so amazing. Not now. Now we're just seen as apes. Poo flinging, crayon eating, filthy apes. And I'm proud of it. Robert B says cassette tapes are supposedly getting popular again. Arthur says one day this will be taught in Financials 101. I'm hoping, Arthur, my biggest hope is that somebody has to do um, their thesis, and then they end up using something from this channel as a part of the thesis for their masters. That would be really, really fun to see. I would enjoy that. And I'm also proud to say that I'm fighting this fight with you guys too. I am extremely honored to be able to fight this fight with you guys. Oh, Highway Frog says, Casey, I'm sorry. The other day for the misinformation, 20 million in gold weighs closer to 700 pounds. Not as easy to just haul off on a backpack. I think is what you're saying. You'd have to load it on a truck or a trailer and drive away. My guess is they probably had it loaded up on pallets, so somebody probably would have had to have used a forklift as well. I mean, I can't imagine that, or it had to be in some kind of container. I would imagine that a forklift would have had to have been used at some point. Tech We Love says, Case, you definitely have enough quotes for bobblehead of yourself. Interesting thing. Now I'm thinking wouldn't it be weird if people made bobbleheads of their parents with sound quotes to remember? It'd actually be kind of cool. And you could just play it whenever you wanted to, like, if they had passed or whatever, you could just play it whenever you wanted to. That'd be kind of cool. Dynamite says creepy. I don't know. I think it would be kind of neat. I'd like it. I would like it. I don't think it'd be weird. I'd like it. We did have a support line here that we kind of broke through, hence the reason why the price kind of did a little bit of a downwards trend. You can see there was a pretty obvious support line that had at least four multiple touching points, four of them to be exact. And when it did finally break down out of this, it moved back down and found a level of support that we've had from the past that it fell down into. This is a strong level of support that we've seen, and this is now being supported once again here at about $5.49. I need a bobblehead of my mom that says, "Who told you life was fair?" Because if they told you that, they lied. With the pause and everything. Because she would wait for you to answer, "Who told you life was fair?" And then you'd be like, "Nobody." And she's like, "Well, that's good because anybody who tells you life is fair, they lied." My mom used to say, it's true. It's so true. I hated that though when I was a kid. I didn't like hearing that life wasn't fair, but it was so true. No kid wants to ever hear that life isn't fair. You want it to be fair, but it's not. Our oil reserve numbers due this week. Oh, UPS delivery guy, thank you for reminding me. Hold on, I actually saved the website this time because I got tired of keep looking it up all the time here. Stocks of crude oil. I've actually got it here. I think the reporting may have already been in. Let's see here. Yeah, we already got January and February already in, so no change. January and February's reports have got 371, 579, same exact numbers. No increase, no decrease over the last 2 months. We should be getting March. Next release date. The release date that we had for this last month was 4/28. We don't get another release until 5/31. So there was no change in oil at all. Just zero change. Which I'm kind of like looking through here to see if that's common, and it is. There has been some times where it's kind of like gone stagnant on plus or minus, especially in like 2012, 13 range. But yeah, it was stagnant. Thanks for reminding me. That was something I was kind of wanting to look at and see if that was changing. Man, are they gonna really miss the tramp altogether? That's crazy. Hmm. Well, as usual, the big tramp never hitting. Very rarely does it ever hit. I always manage to put the trampoline. It's very rarely do I put the trampoline too low. Uh, I mean too high. So this would actually be a, a less common event to occur where you see the price trading underneath the tramp. Let's see where we got the markets moving to here. SPY starting to head down now too. Took a pretty big tumble here, right about 1103. Price started tumbling on the SPY a little bit. Hasn't been able to recover since it got to 417.14. Where did I say the top on this was again? Did I say 415? Or did I say, let me go back out in my charts. Where did I say a top on this? Yeah, I think I said 415 for a top, and we end up, now we're at 417. Let's take a look at SPX, because I know I actually boxed us in at 4150. Let's take a look at SPX and see what that's showing. So you got that break to the top side. 40, let's see, what's the high here? 4182. So I said 4150 for a high when I drew this out, and I think we're obviously above 4150 here. The question is this truly indeed going to break out at the box up, or is it going to be a fake break to the top side with a fall back down into the wedge? I guess we shall see. What's our volume look like for the day today? Let's go back to SPY. SPY volume, 19.47 million shares traded so far. What are we at here? 116 minutes worth of trading. We're on pace for 65.45 million shares traded, so it's a low volume day with price moving up. Was moving up. Now it's starting to move down, so that should be. I mean, day over day though, falling volume and falling price should be bullish. So this might just be a temporary pullback. We wouldn't want to see volume spiking on SPY. If volume starts spiking on SPY as price drops really quickly, then that would be indicative of a real sell-off that's occurring. So I don't really see I don't see volume really kind of rising a whole bunch here as price was dropping this last time around. This might just be a small correction. UPS delivery guy, you should be able to figure that out on their breakdown, on their earnings report. It should be pretty obvious. Thanks, Hazel. I appreciate that. Ape finding the break through the level of support there at 5. It was about 548. Next level of support is going to be 542. Give me just a minute or two here, guys. I gotta go run into the kitchen. My wife made some sausage earlier this morning, and I gotta go throw it in the fridge real quick. So I'll be right back. I told her I'd try to get to it a little bit earlier than my first break, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Casey's putting the sausage away. Wink, wink. I was literally putting the sausage away. She made breakfast sausage this morning for breakfast, but she didn't want to eat it because she took it out of the freezer and let it sit out, and so she wanted to make it before it would go bad. So she's like, "Will you put it away for me?" I was like, "Yeah, absolutely." You guys killing me. Let me just check real quick here and see when the next Fed meeting is. Now I know they're supposed to do the rate hikes on, and I guess that they'll probably be speaking on Wednesday as well. So we'll listen to the Fed on Wednesday when they speak, but I want to see if there's any other planned meetings. Let's see here. So today is the first. We have Governor Lisa D. Cook doing a commencement address at the Breslin Center, Michigan State University, East Lansing, Michigan on Friday. We probably will not watch that. Don't see anything else out for the Fed this week other than the press conference on Wednesday after the more than likely rate hike that was not supposed to happen happens. Let's take a look and see if the SEC has any meeting schedules. Mm, let's see. I don't see any I don't see any speeches here. Not that I'm not that I'm finding. We have a crypto and digital assets summit meeting on May 10th. Commissioner Hester Pierce will participate on a panel at FT Live's Crypto and Digital Assets Summit. Oh gosh, would I love to hear that one. Oh my gosh, why is she public appearances by officials May 2nd tomorrow? Jerry. I call him Jerry. I literally called him Jerry. Good old Gazerbeam Gensler will give keynote remarks at the 2023 MFA Legal and Compliance Conference. I don't know if that's going to be televised or not. I don't even know if there's going to be I don't even think that's going to be something we're going to want to see. But I don't see anything in there that is specific to anything that we would necessarily want to see. Also, May 11th, we have DMI Symposium. Commissioner Hester Pierce will participate on a panel at the Digital Monetary Institute Symposium for central banks and digital currencies. Man, I feel like these are some things that we just have to watch because we need to know what's in our future. Mr. Finance says you can't tell us you're going to handle your wife's sausage and expect us not to go to gutter mind. I know. Tendies Plus Plus says just DM'd me a list of highest uninsured deposits with the U.S. banks. Pretty wild. Hold on a second. Let me check it out real quick. I'm gonna guess. Did you? I'm really starting to hate this. I don't know. I don't know where you deemed me at because I'm not. This is really getting ridiculous. Apparently, I'm not getting Twitter or. I'm not even getting Twitter messages now. So for some reason or another, I'm getting blackballed on my on my receiving of messages here because I don't see any DMs whatsoever on. Wait. Oh nope, I take that back. I see it. It just popped up here. There it is. All right, which U.S. banks have the most uninsured deposits? Silicon Valley Bank, 93.8% failed. Bank of New York Mellon, 92%. Let me make sure I've got them on my list over here. I don't think I do. Let me see if I can add them to my list. Mellon. I'm going to assume that that's BKGI. No, that's an ETF. No, that's not it. What do I want here? Well, let me try that again. Those are all ETFs. Let me try and look up the ticker here real quick. Unless you guys put it in the comment section, I'm gonna just try and find it. BK. BK. BK is back. Let's see here. I don't have BK listed. Let's get it listed. Follow on my banks. They're not moving much for the day today. Why can't I move this? Oh. Until I see this move a little bit more, I'm gonna put it at the bottom of my list down here. So BK at the very bottom. Let's see what's next here on the list. We've got State Street Bank and Trust Company. I don't think I have State Street on here, and I don't think I'm going to add them either. Signature Bank, we've got, I think Signature already failed. Yeah, if it failed, you got it listed on here. Northern Trust Company, do I have Northern Trust Company? I do not see Northern Trust Company on here. Let's try that. Let's add that one. And of course, it doesn't want to pop up either. NTC, let's try that. a second. NTRS. Mm. All right, it says here in non-United States subsidiaries, including the Northern Trust Company Bank. Okay, I guess we'll go with NTRS as a possibility. We'll add that to the list as well. And last but not least, we have Citibank and CIBC. I thought I had down, but I may not. I'm gonna probably hold off on this one. I don't know. Let me look at it real quick here. All right, we'll look at it. All right, that gives me 20 banks now that I'm monitoring on that list. So that's probably more than enough. I really don't feel like adding any more. And right underneath the tramp. Go figure. Point Break Thor says, I heard when Hester presents, she does a little Sharon Stone show from the head table. Oh yeah, I didn't even read off the numbers that you had there. Bank of New York. Hold on a second here. I'm gonna regret this.
BNY Mellon. BNY Mellon.
I love the I love this video with so much passion here. I love this. This is a great video. Wait, hold on a second here. Wait, you gotta hear it. This is perfect. Hold on.
BNY Mellon. BNY Mellon.
It was fully worth it. It was fully worth it. I'm happy. It makes me very happy to understand that I'm saying it right the whole time. Oh man. BNY Mellon. What was I? I was looking at something and I can't even remember what I was looking for now. Oh yeah, that's right, the numbers. Which are the most uninsured deposits? BNY Mellon 92%, State Street Bank of Trust Company 91.2%, Northern Trust Company 81.6, Citibank NA 73.7, and CIBC Bank USA 73.1%. Looks like you may have sent me some others as well, but I'm not gonna look up the other ones. I already got 20 more in there, but you've got a list here that's quite extensive. Uh, I'm sure most of these banks. In fact, I think this might be the list that I was drawing from originally in the original when I first originally started putting up some of the banks that I was putting up on the list. But we ended at we've already got one, two, three. We have an acquired from this one, Bank of the West acquired. So 3 failures, 2 acquires, and then I guess I mean, hold on a second. I feel like this should be an acquired. I cannot draw. I don't know how anybody draws with a mouse. Like I just cannot write words. I can't draw. I can't write. It's horrible. I feel like FRB should be a First Republic Bank, which is really FRC, but I really feel like FRC should be acquired and not failed because I mean JP Morgan. So I don't know. Whatever. PYN Melon. Oh, we don't know what movie is for today, and we've got a whole list to go through, Tendies Plus Plus. So why don't I go ahead and put it up there for a choice for you guys? Because we've got 2 votes for the day today, since we got to get tomorrow's vote in too. So let me put up the poll real quick here. Let's see here. The choices for the day today. We got 5 brand new movies. We have Star Wars: Empire Strikes Back. We've got Joker. Joker. Let's see here. We've got Austin Powers: A Spy Who Shagged Me. Oh no, it's too long. I have to put The Spy Who Shagged. It's too long. And then the last one's gonna be let's see, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 2001. So those are your choices for now. Later on in the day today, we're gonna get some more choices for tomorrow. Those choices for tomorrow will be A River Runs Through It, Shrek, Saving Private Ryan, and Lord of the Rings: Return of the King. Those will be the choices for this afternoon. Man, I can't believe this traded literally like right below the tramp here and is just hovering right below the tramp. I like the fact that we're seeing almost an even distribution on votes here. It's actually kind of nice. It's a little refreshing to see that I mean, there is one that's clearly not leading the way, but I like the fact that it's spread out on who's voting for what. That's kind of nice. Good to see. We got about 8 more minutes, guys, and we'll take a look at the numbers again. Sorry, I'm just looking through some different things here, seeing. Let me pull up some news. So I wanted to look up some of the J.P. Morgan takeover on FRC. Sorry. So let me pull some stuff up here. All right, here we go. Reuters. JP Morgan lands as winner in U.S. regular auction of First Republic. May 1st, Reuters. Jamie Dimon's Demons. JP Morgan Chase and Company emerged as the winner of a weekend auction of First Republic Bank in a deal that is meant to draw a line under a recent banking crisis, but comes at the cost of making the largest U.S. bank even bigger. JP Morgan will make a payment of $10.6 billion to the U.S. Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation (FDIC) as part of the deal that will see it take control of most of the assets of the San Francisco-based bank. The bank will get access to the First Republic's coveted client base made up of the wealthy. It will cost FDIC's deposit insurance fund about $13 billion, according to the regulator's initial estimate. California regulators also seized First Republic and put it into FDIC receivership alongside the sale of its assets, making the third failure of major U.S. banks in 2 months and the largest since the Washington Mutual in 2008 financial crisis. First Republic was one of the major casualties of the banking crisis triggered in March when depositors fled en masse from some U.S. lenders to institutions such as J.P. Morgan that they were thought were safer. Analysts and industry executives said the deal struck over the weekend after the FDIC ran an auction process that saw several other banks bid should calm markets, but they added that it came at a cost. The biggest banks were getting stronger while it's getting harder for smaller banks to do business. Dennis Keller, president and CEO of Wall Street reform group Better Markets, said the auction's outcome showed unhealthy consolidation, unfair competition, a dangerous increase in too big to fail banks, all while harming community banks, small business lending, and economic growth. Regulators need a much better game plan for resolving those dangerous banks when they get into trouble, Keller said. Shares of J.P. Morgan and some of the other largest U.S. banks rose on Monday, while several of those from the next tier fell. First Republic shareholders will be wiped out in the transaction, Wedbush analysts said. The bank's shares tumbled 43.3% in pre-market trading on Monday before they were halted. JP Morgan already holds more than 10% of the nation's total bank deposits. Wells Fargo analyst Mike Mayo wrote in a research note that JPM's net deposits would increase by 3% as a result of the deal. JP Morgan also entered into a loss share agreement with the FDIC on single-family residential and commercial loans it bought, but will not take First Republic Bank's corporate debt or preferred stock. Our government invited us and others to step up, and we did," said Jamie Demon. I'm calling him Demon. Sorry. I don't know how it's supposed to be said. Maybe it is Demon. I don't know. J.P. Morgan chairman and CEO, who had a key player in the 2008 financial crisis, buying Bear Stearns in a weekend rescue. Rising rates. Global banking has been rocked by the closure of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank in March, as deposit flights from the U.S. lender forced the Fed to step in with emergency measures to stabilize markets, while Switzerland's Credit Suisse had to be rescued by rival UBS. Those failures came after crypto-focused Silvergate voluntarily liquidated. First Republic disclosed last week that it had suffered more than $100 billion in outflows in the first quarter and was exploring options, increasing stress in the banking sector. Some blamed the root cause of the crisis in the banking sector on monetary policy, which was ultra loose for many years, but was abruptly reversed by the U.S. Federal Reserve over the past year. Investors have priced in a 90% chance of another 25 basis point rate hike after the central bank's two-day policy meeting on Wednesday, according to the CME's group FedWatch tool. When it was just SVB, it was easy to blame management. However, now that we see the pattern, it is evident that the Fed has moved too far, too fast, and is breaking things, said Thomas J. Hayes, chairman and managing member, Great Hill Capital. Hot competition. Hot catch. JP Morgan was one of several interested buyers, including PNC Financial Service Group and Citizens Financial Group, which submitted final bids on Sunday in an auction by U.S. regulators. Sourced familiar with the matter said. Jefferies analyst said J.P. Morgan's size may have played into the advantage, as it could make the math for the deal work better than the other bidders could. J.P. Morgan has assumed all of the bank's deposits, it said, and will repay $25 billion of the $30 billion big bank's deposits with First Republic in March. J.P. Morgan said it expected to achieve one-time post-tax gain of about $2.6 billion after the deal. It also estimates $2 billion of post-tax restructuring costs likely over the next 18 months. The failed bank's 84 offices in 8 states will reopen as branches of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank from Monday, it added. And that's it. It skipped right past it, man. It skipped right past him, James. I'm I'm a little sad. My small tramp, my mini tramp didn't work. Are the loans from COVID going to be defaulting now? It's a struggle out here. Not looking good anytime soon. I can hold another year, no problem. I don't know, man. Half a gallon of milk over $4 already in Puerto Rico. I went out and bought milk. I think it was last week, but I didn't look at the price at the time. Yeah, Glenn, I guess you're right. It really is not an acquisition because the shareholders are according to what that article stated. It does say that. I guess you're right. I'm curious if perhaps maybe anything's going to come to light in how the banking where some of the banking structures of their I don't know what the words are that I'm looking for here. Um, how they're conducting business is failing. I wonder if there'll be any discovery through the process of taking ownership. I think that really can go with any stock though, Glenn. Honestly, that's why it's really important to kind of keep up to date and with what's going on. I mean, I guess I could see what you're saying in regards to like what's happening right now. Yeah. It's 11 o'clock, guys. Let's take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on here. Taking you guys over the other page, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Yeah, we broke that level of support there. That's not good. We might see some downwards momentum here. Off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchanges and EDGX combined. On AMC, we have 54.49% going through off exchange. EDGX at 11.16. The combined total 65.65%. It's about 3.65% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is at 2.29% of our total daily volume with a 30-day average of 2.33. So we are having some significant volume as a total for the day going through there, although it's only 190,000 shares, which is not something I usually get all crazy about unless it's over 500,000 shares. But it is a significant amount of shares, though. On Ape, off exchange currently 52.99%, EDGX is 7.97, the combined total 60.96%, or about 1.04% lower than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is only 100 shares. On GME, CHX volume is 0.03 with a 30-day average of 0.26, and nothing unusual happening there either. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call options for the day today so far. Oh, wait, Ortex. I'm sorry. Ortex. My bad. I was skipping. Wow. All right. So an hour ago, there was 4.98 million shares having been returned. It's now 7.4 million shares. Still big numbers of returned shares here. That's going to bring down the estimated short-term interest of the free float to 25.63%. Cost to borrow mens at 335.69. Max is 356.54 and average is 350.7. Shares on loan for the day today is at 183.24 million shares on loan. That's 1.73 million shares less on loan today than there was previously. Vortex is estimated about 674,000 of that was in closed short interest day over day. Taking a look at APE, 18.8 thousand shares have been borrowed for the day. It's going to leave that. It's the same number as it was an hour ago. It's going to leave that estimated short share interest of the free float at 5.23%. Cost borrow mins at 8.91, average is 9.13, and max is 9.23. Shares on loan is at 24.66 million shares. That's 670,000 more shares on loan today than there was previously. Previous day of trading. Taking a look at the options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $6 strike. There was 11.6 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 14.5. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5 strike. It was 5.5 an hour ago. At 5.5 an hour ago, there were 6.1 thousand contracts. There's now 7.9 at 5. So the market indicating a closing price somewhere between $5 and $6 by the end of the day today. That has dropped. And let's take a look at the combined price of AMC and APE. We're currently at $6.93. We did break 3 different levels of support there. And you can see as it broke past 2 of the levels where they crossed over, that we got additional buying pressure or selling pressure rather coming in as price started to continue to move down. 685 would be a support line for us combined between AMC and APE. But we did get the breakout going down here. We were unable to maintain the support above these rising levels of support here. So we won't get to see that break past 715, it looks like, at this time. Taking a look at, let's see what's next. Due to the fact that we have low volume for the day-to-day on AMC and APE, we probably will not see AMC or APE or GME on this list here. I do not see any of those on the list. SSR would trip today at $4.95 for AMC, APE at 1.35. Shares available to borrow is sitting at 800. That will probably continue to increase the more shares that we see return back in borrowed shares. ETFs are still holding at 56.2. Fees are still holding at 11.3%. NASDAQ is now down 0.06. Dow Jones is up 0.25, and the S&P 500 is up 0.17. We have 3,331 advancers to 2,942 decliners. The market is definitely less advancing now than it was an hour ago on the decline here. And as far as banks go, we've got the big movers. PacWest is down 7.75. Let's see here, plus or minus 3%. Coinbase is down 7.49. JP Morgan's up 3.07. Those are the big movers. Ethereum Classic is down 1.36% for the day today. DXY or the US dollar is up 0.47. Getting ready to break out of this trend here. It's looking like it really wants to break. This is again another test at the top of this descending broadening wedge here. If this does break out, I would expect it to see the US dollar to drive up to around 103.05, which is about a point higher than what it is right now. Oil is down 1.6. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from it looks like they're both down 0.72. And the SPY is up 0.16. VIX is up 0.51. VBR is up 0.24. VB is up 0.26. Tesla is down 2.39. Amazon is down 2.52. Cinemark is down 0.53. Doge is down 1.67. Bitcoin is down 3.6 at 28.1K a coin. GME is down 2.34. HYMC is up 0.98. NCMI is down 1.28. Hood is down 1.3. APE is up 2%, and AMC is down 1.91%. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, there's approximately $800,000 more outflow than inflow. 9.14 million shares traded after 160 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 22.27 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million, so we're in that range. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure, if ever so. No, there's not really. It looks like it's about the same. I'm going to go with even amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI 57.3, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have a divergence in the vortex indicator with more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.49, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.94, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 27.81, signaling oversold. On APE, there is currently $800,000 or $80,000 rather more outflow than inflow. 3.7 million shares traded after 161 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 8.96 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 1 and 20 million. On a 4-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.07, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.01, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI 59.23, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.1, which is slightly below average. Look at that big tramp failure, man. It skated like right past it. Holy crap, I didn't put that big tramp up early enough. 538. It's the trading price on AMC. Man, it skipped right past it. All right. With that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Counterparty Risk says, I find it hilarious when banks ask you why you need the money withdrawn like we need permission. So part of it is CPRs is that they want to make sure that you're not under financial distress or that there's something wrong. Some of it might be to help you out a little bit. Like somebody's holding my family hostage and said that if I don't go pull money out of my bank, there's reasons why they ask other than just not that you need permission or anything. It's they want to know if they've done something wrong to not be able to have your business any longer. Turtle says I looked up a lot of what happened during 2008 and it feels like deja vu, no doubts. Tricky Dick says GTFOH help you out. I mean, so I mean, it depends on how you want to look at it, right? Attendees Plus Plus says like a cop asking you what you've been up to during a traffic stop. Yeah, I mean that's their job, man. That's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to investigate and figure out what's going on, find out if they can get any information out of you, see if they can get you to trip up and say something you're not supposed to say. Like I just got back I'm driving home from the bar, or I was smoking weed at my friend's house all day, or something. Or I just got done picking up a bunch of illegal ammunition that's in my trunk. Now that I'm thinking about it, I wonder if I should say that next time I get pulled over. That might be kind of fun. What have you been doing all day long today, sir? Oh, picking up some illegal ammunition in the back of my trunk. You want to step out of the vehicle, sir? Yeah, why not? Sure. Let's go open it up. Pop it open. Spare tire. Oh my gosh, where did it go? It's all gone. Did you steal it when I wasn't looking? Did you take my ammunition? Mr. Finance says no deja vu. This time they're letting the big banks absorb with no government bailouts, then monopolize and force CBDC. Yeah, I think it's going to look a little bit different too. Hazel says it depends on the kind of humor the cop has. I think you got to laugh. Got to get them to laugh a little bit. It's always so serious. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but every potential traffic stop that a police officer makes is that much more potential that they're going to have an interaction that could be life threatening. And so if you can get the police officer to feel more relaxed, feel at home about the fact that you're not there to harm him, that you're just simply there because he pulled you over for whatever reason he pulled you over for, joking around with him a little bit and having a good time and making him feel relaxed is probably the best thing you could possibly do. Saying ammunition in the back of your trunk is probably not the best thing to say. That probably won't get the reaction you're looking for, but it does definitely help. It does help to make them feel at ease. Are you carrying an illegal pokey stick? The last time I got pulled over by a cop, asked if I knew why I got pulled over. I said I assumed it was that you were really impressed by my badass driving skills. Not funny. Yeah, that one probably wouldn't go over so well with especially if you were like speeding like 20 or 30 over speed limit. That wouldn't, yeah, that wouldn't work. Robert says not in my neighborhood. Tenny says they should hit some weed before each stop. I don't know if that would help any. Oh, Glenn, that's terrible. No, don't do that. Oh, AMC customer support saying that's why I always drive around with a case of donuts in the passenger seat. That's terrible. It's so terrible. I'm just sitting here thinking about like what kind of fun thing I could do the next time I get pulled over. I've gotten one speeding ticket in my life and one parking ticket, and that's it. The speeding ticket was when I was 18, and I was coming home from my grandmother's house from Thanksgiving, and I was driving my fiance at the time to her job, which she was going to be late for if I didn't speed because we left my grandma's house too late. So I was speeding as fast as possible to try and get to San Diego in time to get her to her job. And then we got pulled over, or I got pulled over for speeding. I got a ticket for that one. Never been pulled over. Well, actually, that's not true. I did get pulled over for speeding once more and got a warning the next time. Uh, and that was actually within the last couple of years, I think, probably maybe within the last 3 or 4 years. I got pulled over for speeding, and it was really weird because I was doing, I thought it was a 55 mile an hour road, and I was doing 60. I got pulled over, and he said, do you know how fast you were going? And I said, yeah, I was going 60 in a 55. And I was like, I'm a little surprised that you're pulling me over. I thought, 5 miles an hour over would probably be okay. And he goes, well, it would, but you were going 50 or 60 in a 45. And to which I said, "Are you sure?" I did. I said that. I said that to the police officer. I was like, "I drive this road every day. I swear it's 45 miles an hour, right, or 55 miles an hour, right back there." And he goes, posted on a sign. He goes, "That sign says 45, sir." And I was like, "Oh, uh, when did that change?" To which he said, "It has not changed in a really long time." And I'm sure he knew what he was talking about. I obviously didn't. It's really strange that they have the road that I was driving on makes a very hard 90-degree turn and turns into a new road. The other road is 55 miles an hour. When it makes 90-degree turn, that road goes from 55 down to 45. But for some reason, I always thought it was 45 on that road because it takes another 90-degree about 2 miles down the road and becomes 55 again. So I thought it was 55 the whole way through. And so when he pulled me over, I didn't realize that the signs posted there said 45. But he let me off with a warning, which was nice. I don't want to talk about the parking ticket. Uh, yeah, there's a couple places I know that are like that, Robert, where it drops like 10 miles an hour. And when I was driving from Phoenix, Arizona to here in Texas, Austin, Texas, there was a couple places like that along the way, and some of them were in New Mexico, where there were these periods of time where the speed limit would go from 65 down to 55 at like for no apparent reason whatsoever. Like literally, like there's no town, no nothing, like just this like random like 10 mile an hour drop in speed limit, and it was like, why is this? People pulled over all over the place, and I think they're just speed traps, honestly, for interstate travelers. Casey, did you hear they may lower our speed limits? I think the 35 to 20 in neighborhood. Wow. Well, in neighborhoods, it should be 25 in the actual neighborhoods. And if it drops from 25 to 20, that would be a big, I mean, that's a big drop. I hope that doesn't happen. I almost hit, uh, there was a bicyclist. It was a girl. She probably looked like she was maybe, I don't know, I want to say maybe 12. And I was driving down the road at about, I want to say the speed limit in there is 40. Maybe I think it's 40 because it doesn't have any homes right off the main road there. So it's a 40 mile an hour roadway. I was driving down it, and this this 12-year-old girl came out of the neighborhood on her bike, riding on the sidewalk, and she turned like she was riding like we were going to intersect, like I was going to T-bone her, but she turned on the sidewalk, going the same direction I was. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. So I don't have to slow down because she's going the same direction as I was. But I had this like sixth sense in my head, like she's gonna turn out in front of you just random. She's just gonna jump the curb and turn out in front of you. Watch. And so I kind of took my foot off the gas and I put it over the brake, and sure enough, she hit that spot where she must have hit probably a million times before, and she just beelined across the road without even looking to see if I was there. And I had to slam on the brakes, and I came to within, I don't know, probably inches of hitting her before my vehicle came to a stop. If I had not taken my foot off that gas pedal, I would have just careened right through her. And it was so close. It was so close, and it was just like I had one of my daughters sitting in the car with me, and it was traumatizing for both of us. Because I mean, there's nothing you can really do at that point when somebody just pulls out like right in front of you and like that, and just jumps out in front. There's nothing I would have been able to do. I'm so glad I had my foot off that gas. I just had the sixth sense, like this kid is gonna try and jump the curb and right in front of me, and I'm gonna just run her over. I could see it coming. Oh, I was laying on the horn the whole way, Hazel. The instant that my foot hit that brake, I was laying on the horn, and it didn't help. It didn't help anything at all, really, because I mean, everything happened so fast. I don't know how the car behind me didn't hit me, because there was a Honda Civic that was behind me that was riding my tail so close that I couldn't even see him. I barely could see his back end of his car in my side mirror. All I can imagine is that his brakes were probably just better than mine and was able to stop. But man, it was so close. Oh, dude, Danny, she wouldn't have had a chance. If I was looking at my phone, she wouldn't have had a chance at all. I don't like doing that when I'm in the car. My wife will text me all the time, and then she gets kind of mad that I don't get the text because I'm driving. I don't like looking at my phone when I'm in the car because I don't want to be that person. I can only imagine having to live through something like that. I'm glad I didn't hit her. I won't do it. It's not worth it. Glenn, I would have gone sideways into, I would have like turned into where she came from, to try and miss her. But there was this brick wall, brick wall that was like right there on the side, and it probably wouldn't have helped anything if I would have jumped that curb, and it probably wouldn't have helped. She was right. The brick wall was right there. There was not a whole lot of room. But what would have been, I would have wished that she would have like stopped and like looked both directions before. That's what I always tell my kids is whenever you cross like a major road, you always look both directions before you cross. Because I felt like what she did was probably something she just does on like a regular basis and doesn't even really think about it too much. Let me show you guys what I mean. I'll show you I'll show you this spot here. Let's see here. Where am I? I think this is it right here. Yeah. Yeah, this unfortunately this is This isn't it. The picture's a little outdated because they have got a lot of road construction over here where the homes are being built, so it doesn't look it's not the same as it was. It looks way different now. Here it is. It's really weird how I can't get the picture. All right, anyways, I'll show you what it looks like. So my guess is, I have no idea why she was jumping the curb and doing what she was doing, but so I was driving down this way. She was coming out of this neighborhood here, and you can see there's no crosswalk here whatsoever, right? But the way that she flew around this corner was like really, really, really super quick, and so I was just like sitting there thinking to myself, like, you know, the way she had her speed up, I was like, I think she's going to jump this curb. So she turned this curb here, went down the curb, and then it must have been this spot right here where the manhole cover is that she decided to just jump off the road. My guess is that she had her speed up so she could miss the gutter. She wouldn't fall down into the gutter. So this is me driving along. She comes around like this and then just darts across right here like she's going to go over here to this other side. I guess this brick wall is not as close as I thought it was. I probably could have made the curb jump. I feel like there's a different brick wall here now, though. I feel like they changed this and gave these guys some backyard room. Because I remember the wall being, it's like red brick now and not this tan brick color, but maybe I'm wrong. Anyways, I didn't think I could turn and miss her. And she just jumped right across, didn't even look either direction. But it's kind of a blind spot back here because as you're driving down the road, you can't you're driving down this road down here and you don't see it's hard to it's not really good pictures here, but when you're because it's showing from the other side of the road, but as you're driving along, I didn't see her till she got to like right here on the fence line, right? I'm probably down here by this, I'm probably like right about here, and I see her like cross this fence line, so she turns this corner and I'm starting to get really close to her, and yeah, anyways, it was scary. It was very, very traumatic for me. Wait, we don't call them manholes anymore? What is it, sewage hole? What do we call those nowadays? I don't know. I always call them manholes. I don't know what to call them. Nah, it wasn't a hero moment at all, DJ. It was just luck. It was pure luck. That's the only thing that caused that to not be a bad situation. Pure luck. Non-binary holes, storm drains, storm drain covers. That's probably like that's what we call them nowadays instead of manholes. Non-binary. Oh my gosh. Completely missing my trampoline like normal. Look at that. Insane. Roseanne says, "Where are the trees?" Trees. I mean, so like I said, those are really outdated pictures because it looks a lot different now. Um, a lot different. So, those trees are actually a lot bigger than they used than what's showing in that picture. All right, guys, I'm gonna head to break. It is time. Yucca says I need a new trampoline. Algo. Yeah, no doubt. They've always been bad, man. That's like the running joke. Like the trampolines never work ever. Poker game ended when I left. You guys could have kept playing. All right, I gotta go to break. Let me put up my message and put up some music for you guys. If I go to break now, the price will move. I'm gonna come back 5 minutes late, guys. 'Cause I'm kind of leaving a little bit. I told that story and should have just gone to break instead. But have a donut for lunch. I don't think we have any leftover donuts. I'll have to probably make something. I'll see you guys in a bit. All right, guys, I'm back. I gotta show you something. It's crazy. I haven't done the actual due diligence to check and verify first, which I normally like doing. So take this with a grain of salt, because I haven't confirmed it yet. But I have a hard time believing that this is fake. Um, Hold on a second here while I pull it up. This is insane. Man, I hope I can find this. Here it is. All right. This was posted by all 70. I can't say this name. I have no idea what it is. But this is posted on Reddit. Credit protection on U.S. sovereign debt, and so essentially what they're showing in this is that the credit protection on U.S. sovereign debt is higher than, I guess, really. I mean, it doesn't go back further than March of 2012, but you can see that it's at a much higher rate than this is basis points above Libor. It's really, really stinking high here. It says insuring U.S. Treasury notes against default now costs more than insuring Mexican debt as House Republicans threaten to push the U.S. into technical default rather than have Biden administration give Biden administration more room for deficit spending. If April tax receipt turn out to have been weaker than expected, default could hit as early as mid-June. U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen has warned of catastrophe. The cost of 5-year credit default swaps, insurance against U.S. default, now exceeds the cost of similar protection against Mexican foreign debt, something that hasn't happened previously in financial history. And down here it says U.S. versus Mexico credit default swaps. That's pretty insane. I, I don't know. I don't know what to say. It's not looking good. That does not look good at all. I gotta confirm the data, but my gosh, is that ugly? Yep, good old America. Oh boy. Joe says so. We're moving to Mexico. Oh man. I'm 5'10", Mega Hulk. Some of you guys sound small of stature when speaking in the Big Tramp. It made me wonder how tall you are. Yeah, I'm 5'10". Not very tall, not very short. Just right. I'd actually wish I was a little bit taller. I'd like to be 6 foot. Petra says America. Oh man. Good times. Good times. Now, at least we can go to bed at night knowing that we've got the right people in control. I mean, that's the benefit out of all this is that we can rest assured that we are in good hands, good capable hands to really lead us out of this. And that's what you should be able to sleep easy at night knowing. Hmm. Hmm. All right, take you guys over the other page here, so we can get our nice warm feely fuzzies going. Hold on a second, I gotta compose myself here. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. Otherwise, I won't see what it is you're writing. Hold on. Petra says, "What if Americans start crossing the Mexican border in droves?" Oh man, that's funny, man. All right. I mean, what if it's not even far from the truth, though? What if that's actually a reality in the near future? You know, what if there actually is people who massively start deporting, or I don't know, deporting is not the right word, migrating out of this country because it's migrating. That's not the right word. What's the right word? I don't know what the right word is here. I'm at a loss for words. Leaving the United States and and just heading to different countries because it's just like this. It's fire, you know. I wouldn't blame people for it. Claim refugee status. I really, truly, and honestly wouldn't blame anybody for it at all. I wouldn't. You know, it's like, hey, if you feel like you want to try to make something better for yourself, and this country just seems to continue to want to waste itself away with the choices that people are voting for and choosing, then so be it. You don't have to stick around. I literally just got into a big old fight with my kids the other day and said, if you don't like something, leave. You know, it is what it is. If it's not working out for you, you can't take it anymore. Go find someplace else. You don't have to sit there and keep enduring something that's terrible. You know what I mean? I don't know. Numbers. This is why I like numbers. They're not people. Man, I love numbers. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange by this time of the day. Off exchange would usually be about 63%. No, yeah, 63% between off exchange and EDGX combined. We've got 55.33% going through off exchanges. EDGX is 10.78. The combined totals 66.11%, or 3.11% higher than what I would expect by this time of the day. CHX volume is 1.82% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 2.32, so that's definitely elevated, but not a really big number yet. Still under 200,000 shares going through that exchange. Off exchange for APE is at 50.52%. 50.02%. I don't know what I just said there. EDGX is 8.01. For combined total, 66.03%, or about 3.03% higher than it should be. CHX volume is only 201 shares, so nothing unusual going on there. On GME, CHX volume is 0.02 with a 30-day average of 0.26. Oh, again, nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 7.4. No, that's not right. Yeah, that is right. 7.4 million shares having been returned. It's now 8.84. That's going to have the effect of lowering that short share interest of the free float to 25.55%. Cost to borrow mins at 335.69. Average is 351.03, and max is 356.61. Shares on loan for the day today is down by 1.73 million shares to 183.24 million shares on loan. That is 674,000 shares of short interest that Ortex is estimating that was returned. Of that amount, 18.8 thousand shares still having been borrowed for the day today on APE, so no change to the estimated short share interest of the free float, which is at 5.23%. Cost borrow min, max, and average are all going to be the same at 8.91, 9.13, and 9.23. Shares on loan day over day increased by 670,000 shares to 24.66 million shares on loan. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume an hour ago was at a $6 strike. That is no longer the case. It's now $5.50 strike. At $6.50, there was $6 an hour ago. There was 14.5 thousand contracts. At $5.50 now, there's 17.2. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5 strike an hour ago. There were 7.9 thousand contracts. There's now 8.9. The market is indicating a closing price somewhere between 5.5 and 5 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at combined price of AMC and APE, we're currently at $7.03. We have a little bit of up motion, a little bit of downwards motion. It kind of makes me wonder if there's not some kind of just looking for a trend here. Let me pull back out to a 30-minute or 15-minute. Wow, that's a nice little cup right there that we got going on. What would be the pullback point to? If this is truly indeed a cup and handle type situation right here, we may be looking at like a 715 minus the bottom on this, which is 617. Hold on one second here. We could be looking at like a 765 price. If this is, what would this pull back to? I mean, this could pull back to 665. What did we pull back to already? Not quite that much. A pullback to 665 and then a return, or maybe even just 1/3 of the amount, maybe to like 685. A pullback to 685. We could see a potential run up after that was to occur. But as of right now, I'm not inclined to draw any other trend line than what I've got already set up here on this chart. I think we supported that trend line really, really well right there. Yeah. Combined price of AMC and APE is at 703. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, APE, and GME I do not expect to see on this list. Due to low volume. SSR trips at $4.95. AMC trips at 1 point. What am I saying? AMC trips at $4.95. Apes trips at 1.35. Does look like they did borrow an additional 150,000 shares out of the available amount of shares to borrow, bringing us to a total of 450,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. Fees are at 209%. That did come down a little bit from the 211.3 that was seen a couple hours ago. NASDAQ is up 0.2, Dow Jones is up 0.25, the S&P 500 is up 0.27. We have 3,282 advancers to 3,028 decliners. The market is more declining than it. I think it's actually really close to about the same, maybe just a slight bit less declining, a slightly more decline, I mean, than what it was an hour ago. Slightly. Banks, big movers. PacWest is down 6.55. Coinbase is down 7.21. Ethereum Classic is down 1.42. DXY, or the US dollar, is up 0.46. Oil is down 2.52. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.75 to 0.77, and the SPY is up now 0.26. VIX is down 0.19. VBR is up 0.02. VB is up 0.23. Tesla is down 1.36. Amazon is down 2.41. Cinemark is down 0.09. Doge is down 1.38. Bitcoin is now down 3.56 at 28.1K a coin. GME is down 2.88. HYMC is up 1.46. NCMI is down 1.01. Hood is down 0.96. Ape is up 3.33. AMC is down 0.45. Inflow versus outflow for the day. Today on AMC, we have about $200 or $20,000 more inflow than outflow. Not very much. 11.17 million shares traded so far after 240 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 18.15 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25. On a 4-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure, than RSI of 63.43, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.6, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.52, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.83, which is average. Taking a look at Ape, we have approximately $60,000 more outflow than inflow. 4.94 million shares having been traded so far. After how long? 241 minutes worth of trading. We are on pace for 7.99 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 1 to 20 million I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.57, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.11, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.61, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.41, which is above average. Man, I'm really wishing I would have stuck to my original number of 630. I think I said 636 for close, or 536 for closing price. I think I said 536 or 532, something like that. I'm kind of wishing I had stuck with it. Oh well. Can't get it right all the time. All right, let's see what we got going on in here. SEC has not yet released FTDs from beginning of April, Active says. Very interesting. It is May the 1st. We should be getting that data. Let me check Ortex real quick here just to verify. Yep, nothing on Ortex either. Very, very interesting. I ate a sourdough peanut butter with crunchy peanut butter that was toasted. And my stomach hates me right now. Hates me with a little extra passion. I don't know why. I still can't believe that report. I got to send this to somebody real quick here, guys. Because quite frankly, that is That's insane. There it is. That's nuts. Oh shoot, I left Bruno outside. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Pro Jeweler. So I just talked about it just a little bit ago. Um, Not this one. This one. That should be. I think you should be able to see all of that. Credit protection on U.S. sovereign debt, and talking about the cost of 5-year credit default swaps insured against U.S. default now exceeds the cost of similar protection against Mexican foreign debt, something that hasn't happened previously in financial history. There's your intersecting mark right there. U.S. versus Mexico credit default swaps. Pretty nutty. Almost like the sandwich I ate for lunch. Yeah, Mega Hulk. It tasted great, man. Sourdough and crunchy peanut butter toasted. It's amazing. Should try it. Richard said I just went to my local Walmart and found myself some AMC popcorn. Which kind did you get? Oh, there it says popcorn so rich and buttery. Oh, no, it doesn't say. Which one did you get? Part of me wants to do, guys. Like, I want to hibernate. I want to go like hibernate for like 2 months and just come back and see what the world looks like after 2 months. Is that possible? Can we do that? Can we just go hibernate for like 2 months and then just like come back and be like, all right, let's see what this hellhole looks like. Let's deal with the aftermath. It's not pretty. Bruno's looking for some affection over here. He's like, what's wrong, bud? Oh, am I? Do you think it's me? Is it me that needs the affection? You're coming over here and loving me because I need it? Yeah, you're a good boy. What? What's your problem? What? What's wrong? Oh, you just want me to just pet you some more? Hold on a second. Bruno's being ultra needy today. I'm not sure what the deal is, but apparently I need to like give him extra attention today. Yeah, I just want to I just want to like fast forward to the aftermath, like dealing with the economy and the aftermath, and than actually having to watch it blow up because it's not all that great. It looks like we've got the construction spending numbers in, guys. For let's see, okay, so construction is actually increasing. Construction spending was down previously last month by 0.3. Now it's up 0.3. So we actually are seeing more construction spending. What's going on? Spending up 3.8% over past year, powered by the non-residential sector. So commercial construction increasing when we're supposed to be having a recessionary period. Outlays for construction projects rose 0.3% in March at a seasonally adjusted annual rate of 1.83 trillion. The Commerce Department reported Monday economists polled the Wall Street Journal had expected a flat reading. Over the past year, construction spending has been an engine of growth for the economy, rising 3.8%. Spending in February was revised up to 0.3% fall from the prior estimate of a 0.1% decline. Residential construction fell 0.2% in March, the 10th straight monthly decline. Non-residential construction was up 0.7% last month. This is the ninth gain in the past 10 months. Public construction was up 0.2% after a 1.1% in February. Wow. All right. Well, the home residential construction falling would meet my expectations, but the commercial side of construction is up, and that's not supposed to be. We're supposed to be reducing production. So yeah. Luisa says they got to fix all the property damage by the weather. Projuler says, I think there's less actual construction, but the cost of construction has doubled, in my opinion. It'd be interesting to see. I mean, we could probably take a look at like lumber. I'm trying to think what I would use for this. Let's see what we got going on here. Let me do this. I'm gonna do this on TradingView because I have a feeling I'll be able to look up the commodities a little bit easier here. Give me just a second while I type this in. So lumber prices, believe it or not, are actually falling. So this is random length lumber futures that I've got up on the screen here. And the numbers are actually falling on lumber. So it looks like costs are down. I'm sure there's more than just lumber though, right? I mean, there's other things as well. We could look up steel. Give me 1 second here. are kind of down right now. I mean, they're down since January. They're definitely down. Since February, they're up. But overall, I'd say, over the last year, prices are down, right? So we've got, I guess, May of last year would have been right here. So it's definitely down further right now on steel prices. That could be why we're seeing some of the building going on. I mean, if I had to just draw something out here, though, I mean, this is it certainly looks like it's about ready to find a little bit of a breakout here. Where do you guys see this chart before? This looks a little vaguely familiar. Yeah, I would say there's been some heavy building going on, as seen by the volume in here. Um, so what do we got going on as far as price? And let's see what we got here. Downwards price, rising volume could mean prices are going to rise. But they're currently down. Could be a lot of people are trying to get building out of the way now before it gets too costly. That could be part of it. I mean, if you were to expect a big downturn in the market and you could get materials cheaper now than perhaps maybe later, that might be one reason why we're seeing numbers higher on construction. Right? Build it now, save an extra buck or two, or millions, and then that way you don't have to do it later at higher prices. Boomstick says, I'm an electrician in the Midwest and we really haven't seen any slowdown. We thought we would, but nope. People keep building. Yeah, and they will. They'll continue to build until those prices go up. That's not going to help inflation any, though. I mean, that's all buying. That's the exact opposite of what we're needing to see have happen, right? So, I mean, if you were the Fed and you were looking at all this data and you were seeing that commodity prices are falling and it's producing, your market is producing more and more and more because of the fact that it's cost effective. Um, Ari the Lion says, any hint of a breakout on AMC? Not right now. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything just yet. If we break past 540, 542, If we break past 542, there's a good chance that we see this run significantly lower. And when I say significantly lower, I'm talking about maybe seeing something as low as 513 would be a potential next stopping point. Yeah, so if we don't stay above 542, there's a good chance we could see a big break to the bottom side. It's close. It's very, very close. Oh, sugar. Oh, I don't have sugar open anymore. Hold on a second. Let me see. Let's see where we're at. Ooh, look at that drop off on sugar. Is that right? That can't be right. Hold on a second here. This is not the right chart. This is not the chart. This is not the droids you're looking for. Hold on a second here. Let me find it. What in the world? Why am I having a hard time finding this here? One second. Huh. That should have been the right one. Let's see. There we go. Oh, look at that drop. So we were at, hold on a second here. This is let's put this out 1 year. There's a pretty sharp pullback here. So why am I showing this to you? So I want you to see that. How do I do this? There was an event that we had in 2008 where right back here. So let me see if I can get this right on. How do I do this? No, they won't let me zoom in on this. It's so frustrating. All right, so I guess what I want to zoom in on this really, really badly, but I can't. Hmm. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can find a different chart. Yeah, this works. All right, let's do this. We're gonna go back out to 2008. To do this, I'm gonna put it on the daily. No, I can't. That sucks. Mm. Wonder if I can do this one. Still doesn't go back that far. Oh man. All right. I'm gonna have to find a different place to pull this. But basically, what I'm trying to show you guys is that there was a significant, and I'll try to pull up on the last chart that I was showing you guys. There was a significant drop just before the 2008 market crash. Because if you remember, it was in 2008 in October, I think, or September, October. Towards the end of 2008 when the market really started crashing. And one of the things that we saw happening around that time, if I remember correctly, if my memory serves me right, is that we saw sugar was taking this sharp spike upwards, and then was coming back down. I'm going to try and zoom in on this with just the page here alone, but you can see right. Here's the end of you can see here's the end of 2008 right here coming up. We're into 2009 right here. So these are the futures on this. So sugar really had this it had a peak. It had a double peak actually. There was a double peak that started in the end of 2007. It spiked down and it spiked back up again, and then it really started spiking way up here right up until about the end of 2009, so about a year after the market had started taking a big old tanking. What would be really cool is if I could get this on TradingView and I could show you the SPY versus sugar. But then there's this like massive spike down on sugar. And what we're seeing have happen right now is this big spike here. Oops, dang it. We saw a big spike on sugar going up, and now it's coming back down again. I'm gonna zoom back out on this. I think I'm gonna try. And let's take a look at what sugar looks like current, like for like the last year. And so we're definitely getting the first spike up here. Like a really, really big spike up into that 20, 26, almost 27 range. And now all of a sudden it's spiking back down to 25.5. So we're seeing a reversal on sugar. Keep that chart up so we can take a look at it on a daily basis. Puff Bear, no. No truth to that. Thick says reverse repo for today is 2.239 trillion with 103 counterparties. Previously it was 2.325 with 108 counterparties. Ron says Robinhood is alerting their customers that AMC is filing bankruptcy. Must be their FUD because they're going down. Oh my goodness! Wow. All right. Let's see. Let's see what Robinhood. This man. That's holy crap. If man, some serious people have some serious lawsuits against them if that's the case. For them to announce something like that, that's insane. If it's not true. Which it's not, by the way. I'm just saying, unless they know something in, some kind of insider information or something like that, that's insane. That's they can't just go around announcing that kind of stuff. Albert Amados, and Albert's probably correct here. I bet they mean AMCX, but they're probably using the same tired old tactic. That probably is exactly what it is. I mean, this is why I want to see Robinhood burn. This is like one of the major reasons why I want to see Robinhood burn is because they're just a bunch of trash. Take out the trash, watch it burn. It's more like Robin theft. Robin stooge. Somebody needs to seriously sue the just crap out of them. Just absolutely, like AMC should sue the crap out of them for them to go out there and claim the AMC. Let's check it out here and see if we can find this. I am not seeing anything. So I just went ahead and just pulled up like a Robinhood.com, and I'm looking to see what they've got for news, and I'm not seeing anything specifically to that nature. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying I'm not seeing anything listed here. I'm quite sure the news is not real. Why couldn't an LLC be sued? S Personal assets can't. Oh, I know where you're going with that. So on an S corporation, so you got it a little mixed up on what you're saying right there, Bird Eye. So the reason that somebody would normally create an S corporation or an LLC is to avoid people from being able to sue individuals. So, in other words, like nobody could sue an individual who owned Robinhood as an individual for whatever it is that Robinhood, the entity or the LLC, the S corporation does. The S corporation, on the other hand, can be sued. It's a way to keep your money and your corporation money separate. And so, therefore, you can't be held liable for things that the corporation does. And the only money that can be gone, the only money that can go after anybody that's suing a corporation can only go after the corporation. But in regards to the idea that you can't sue an LLC, that's ridiculous. I've never heard such of a thing. It's like that just seems really kind of ridiculous to state that. Howie Frog says you probably went over this, Casey, but if a stock squeezes, what effect does that have on other stocks within the ETF? They would likely go up. Okay, Arthur, we'll do. Wow. Yeah, so Cat Striker posting out. Is this the real Cat Striker? Let me make sure this is the real Cat Striker. This isn't even the freaking right Cat Striker. Dude, you're following the wrong Cat Striker. Oh, wait, maybe this is the real Cat Striker. Hold on a second. Oh, I am following her. Never mind. Just kidding. That's the right Cat Striker. Just kidding. There's like, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but there's like crap tons of fake Cat Strikers out there. And for a second, I thought this was the fake one, but it's not. This is the right one. Make sure you're not following the wrong one, because there are tons of them. And it's partially because of the fact that her at name is she needs to drop the numbers off the end of her at name there because it's really easy to fake something like that. Just put like a different number in or an I or something that looks similar. But no, Cat posted out an image of what it is. It's why people are saying Webull stated that AMC, or not Webull, but Robinhood stated that AMC is quote unquote not filing for bankruptcy. Hold on a second here. Let me pull it up and I'll show you guys. Cat Striker wrote, saw this circling around the Twitter. WTF for Robinhood. AMC has not filed for bankruptcy. Short and distort tactics. They put a circle around this area right in here and said, this company has filed for bankruptcy. Learn more. Yeah. No, it's not real. I'm pretty sure it would be much bigger news if it was. No. You're good, Arthur. You're all good, man. I just for a second there, I thought it was the wrong cat, and I was like, "Is that the wrong?" And then when I opened it up, I saw that it's the right cat. But if you do a search for cat, hold on a second, let me show you what I mean by this. Does that work? Yeah. Uh, so if you do a search for cat, you can see like right off the bat, it's like they took her same image. There's one with a underscore 1 1. There's one with 3 L's and an underscore at the end. I'm actually surprised I don't see more. Normally, when you type this out, like you usually get a lot more than that. There we go. Depending on how you word it, you can actually pop up quite a few of them. So there's 4 right there that are all not right. Just depending on what you put in, you can find more of them. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different profiles. Only one of them is the real cat striker. So just be careful that you're following the right person. Whenever you're following somebody, oh, you guys didn't see that. Hold on a second. STRY. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of the fake ones right there. Just be careful. Make sure you know who it is that you're following. For us, Carl, I think the end game is just getting this reverse split and conversion done. Tank Dog, I think he started a new channel. I'm not positive, but I think he started a new channel. Tendies plus plus says Trey is making workout videos on IG. Is he really? That's pretty funny. Because he always looked like he was skipping like leg day for like his entire life. But that's not his fault, though. By the way, that's not his fault. He was a long distance runner, and that tends to happen to long distance runners. They always look like they don't have any meat on their legs. Hey, Aaron, this DM'd me. Hold on a second, and it's great. I'm actually getting notifications now. Well. We'll see what happens with Robinhood after this is all over. I mean, if AMC were to legitimately have filed for bankruptcy, I think we probably would have heard more news than just Robinhood. But I haven't seen anything else yet. I don't see any news under AMC. I don't think that they. I think they got plenty more time here left. No, I'm not gonna tweet at Tendies plus plus. I don't want to scare the crap out of people. Tech We Love says Adam Aaron is not going to file for bankruptcy. He said so in Vegas video. He's going to fight till all hope is gone. Well, there we go. I love it, Tech. Thank you. Well, this is why I hate Robinhood so much. They're a piece of trash company. This is why I want to see them burn. It's the only reason I follow their ticker on here is because I just want to see them burn. That company is so shady. I honestly don't know why anybody has their money invested through them anymore. To be frank, as much as they screwed investors over before in the past, I don't know why anybody has money invested through them. I wouldn't trust them with a dime. Yep, I agree, Arthur. They should get in a lot of trouble. I personally feel like AMC should go after them. I would highly encourage AMC to go after them for putting something like that up. In fact, we should report them. Let's see here. SEC whistleblower program. Maybe? Nah. Let's see here. Market manipulation, fraud in corporate disclosures and financial statements, fraud in securities offerings, fraud in trading and pricing, unlawful securities schemes, various other forms of securities violations. Let's see, which one do we want to go with here? How about market manipulation? Market manipulation violates federal security laws, which are enforced by the Securities and Exchange Commission. Such manipulation refers to intentional conduct designed to deceive investors by controlling or artificially affecting the market for a security. This can range from old school techniques such as spreading false information to affect a stock price or manipulating volume to newer or more innovative spoofing or other predatory techniques to create an artificial picture of demand and supply for security. Such activity is fraudulent and can have significant consequences for our markets. Whistleblowers are often best mechanism by which the SEC can learn about these forms of manipulation. Whistleblowers with information or persons who have violated securities laws prohibiting market manipulation are encouraged to report the SEC whistleblower office. If one reports such fraud with the help of a qualified SEC whistleblower attorney, the whistleblower may remain anonymous. Let's see here. Hagens Berman represents several whistleblower actions under the SEC whistleblower program, including representation of high-profile market. Okay, this is I'm actually looking at. So let's see if I can find. Let's report this. Let's see here. Okay, there's only a hotline. I know there's a way to file this, but I'm gonna go ahead and use the hotline. So it's time for me to go to break anyways. It was time to do numbers. I'm gonna skip the numbers and go straight to break. Or maybe I already did the numbers and I just forgot about it, but I'm going to skip the numbers if I haven't already done them, and I'm actually going to go to break. I'm going to call this hotline number here. The number is, I'll post this up here for you guys. Let's see here. Oh, I can't do that. I can't post that up there. I'm going to give you the link. How's that? And it won't let me do it. Let me try this again here. Copy. Paste. There we go. When I get back, guys, we will be doing The Empire Strikes Back for the movie trivia for the day. Let me go ahead and end that poll. I'm actually going to put up the poll for tomorrow's movie poll. Let me go ahead and get that poll running right now. So let's see here. A river runs through it. Shrek. Saving Private Ryan. And Lord of the Rings: Return of the King. Well, let me do that. Return of King. I have to shorten it up just a tad bit. All right, there's your movie trivia for tomorrow. Post it up there for those of you who want to vote for that. I'm gonna go make a phone call while I'm on break, guys, and give a nice little report here to the whistleblower for market manipulation on the behalf of Robinhood. See you guys in a bit. Alrighty, I'm back, guys. A little back early here. Felt bad that I didn't read off numbers, I think, in the last hour, but we are at $5.60 on AMC, up 1.73% for the day. Ape is up 3.34% at 155. I had a closing prediction of 562 on AMC and 145 for Ape for a total of 707 for a closing price. And here we are, just about as I put up on the screen there just a minute ago. Combined price almost breaking 715 for the day today. So we're really, really close to that breakthrough point, which I figured we would probably hover around and not see a breakout before the end of the day today. So let's see here. It is time to go through the numbers and toast and then do movie trivia. Today we have The Empire Strikes Back is going to be the movie for the day today. I've got the questions all ironed out. 7, 8, 9. Oh, wait, do I have more than 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, no, I have 10. I have 10. All right, cool. Here we go. Let's get into this. Let's toast out the day here. So today's birthday, we have Jesus United Church, who's in here typically in the morning times on the drive into work. He stated that he likes to, listen in on his drive in, so I don't expect him to necessarily be here right now. But if he does happen to tune in at some point later on to kind of hear this, I hope he had a wonderful birthday today, and that the rest of this year is profitable for you, and may you have an excellent year ahead of you. Cheers. Pam, good afternoon to you. I'm gonna have to take another drink here, guys. That was too strong on the first sip. If at first it doesn't go down, take another sip. Okay, the second one didn't go down any better. Hold on a second. All right, now I'm used to it. 3 sips. Today was a 3-sipper. All righty, let's see what we got going on here. I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. Otherwise, I won't be able to see what it is you are writing. Oh, nuts. I just messed up something here. Let's see here. Crisis averted. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. On AMC, we've got 54.18% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 10.08. The combined total 64.26, or about 1.76% less than what it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is at 2.98 with a 30-day average of 2.34. Which means we have elevated volume going through CHX for AMC, and it totals about 428,000 shares. The big number for me is 500,000. Anything above that is like, it's a big deal. So it's really close. Taking a look at Ape, 43.38% going through off exchanges. EDGX is at 8.41. Combined totals 51.79%. So a lot of volume going through the New York Stock Exchange today, and we've been seeing a lot of that happening lately, but that number is just really, really super low. 14.21% lower than it should be. I don't know what to tell you guys. Part of the reason why you're seeing price move up is because likely these numbers are low. Taking a look at off exchange, or sorry, CHX for Ape, it's only 500 shares going through there, so nothing special. GME CHX volume is 0.02 with a 30-day average of 0.26, 238 shares going through that exchange, nothing special there either. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 8.84 million shares having been returned for the day. It's now 7.81 million shares, which means they borrowed about a million shares back out here after returning a bunch. That's going to cause the estimated short-term interest of the free float to rise a little bit from our last reporting in the last 2 hours to 25.61. Cost of borrow ends at 335.69, average is 349.63, and max is 356.61. Shares on loan decreased by 1.73 million shares to 183.24 million on loan. Ortex estimated about 674,000 or million of no thousand 674,000 of that was in closed short interest. 33.8 thousand shares having been borrowed so far for Ape today. It was 19,000 2 hours ago. So a little bit of an increase, not much. That's really going to leave the estimated short share interest, the free float rate where it was at 5.23. Cost of borrowing ends at 7.93, average is 8.62, and max is 9.23. Shares on loan day over day increased by 670,000 shares to 24.66 million shares on loan. Taking a look at the options, highest amount of call volume for the day today, or at least earlier this morning, was at a $6 strike, and then it moved down to $5.50. It's still at $5.50 just by a smidgen. There were 17.2 thousand contracts an hour or 2 hours ago. There's now 20.7 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5.50 strike. It moved back up, so the market's really suggesting a closing price really close to $5.50 by the end of the day. We went from 8.9 thousand contracts at 5 to 11.1 at 5.5. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $7.15. It's kind of stalling out right there. That's our third retest for the day on 7:15. And it's within the time frame of where I suggested we may see the final breakout for the day here. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. Let's see here. Orders by Fidelity customers. Don't expect to see AMC Ape or GME on this list. And they are not, due to low volume. Trigger price for SSR for the day today would have been at $4.95 for AMC, Ape at 1.35. Shares available to borrow is at 650,000 shares. That's no change in the last hour. Fees have gone down slightly from 209 to 208.1. NASDAQ is down 0.12. Dow Jones is down 0.08. S&P 500 is breaking even. We have 3,365 decliners to 2,983 advancers. The market is more declining now than it is advancing. Banks, we've got the big movers. PacWest down 9.76. USB is down 3.28. I wonder if UBS could be put on here. I don't know. We'll have to check it out. Coinbase is down 7.34. Other big movers. That's it. Ethereum Classic is down 2.52. DXY or the US dollar is up 0.49. Oil is down 2.17. Mortgage-backed securities are down 0.93 to 0.92, and SPY is down 0.03. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we've got VIX up 1.46. I said inflow versus outflow and went straight to VIX. I don't know why I did that. VIX is up 1.46. VBR is down 0.22. VB is down 0.09. Tesla is down 2.12. Amazon is down 3.2. Cinemark is down 0.06. Doge is down 2.35. Bitcoin is down 4.57 at 27.8K a coin. Just going to look at this real quickly here. I was expecting to see this to drop down until perhaps maybe around like the 6th to around the 27 range, or maybe slightly lower. So it's a little bit early if it's going to continue to move down instead of consolidate where it was at. GME is down 2.85%. HYMC is up 3.57. NCMI is down 4.01. Hood is down 1.41. Ape is up 3.82. AMC is up 1.65. Inflow versus outflow on AMC. We have $1 million more inflow than outflow for the day today. 15.47 million shares traded so far after 200 and oh no, we're 300 now. 300 and 47 minutes worth of trading. We're on pace for 17.38 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 25 million I suggested in the pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 70.08, signaling overbought. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with divergence on the vortex indicator within the last 2 hours. RSI at 65.24, which is above average. Excuse me. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 61.49, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 71.81, which is above average. Taking a look at APE, there is approximately 1.1, no less than that. What am I talking about? $110,000 more outflow than inflow for the day today. 6.81 million shares traded after 348 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 7.63 million shares traded by the end of the day. That is within the 1 to 20 million I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 61.57, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.11, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.08, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.61, which is slightly above average. On APE, or on AMC, I mean, let me scroll back out here and I'm a little surprised Ape was able to stay up as high as it is at 155. Don't get me wrong though, I ain't mad about it. I ain't mad about it. All right, we got like 10 minutes before we get into movie trivia. Oh my gosh, Pam, you fell asleep through some of John Wick? No way. I couldn't I don't know how you could fall asleep through that most current one. That's crazy. I mean, you must have been really tired. I just can't imagine. NC Proud Dad, are you working on an apple? Because you know what? Apples are real easy. I love giving anybody who's not an Apple owner, I love giving them crap. I've not seen the Adam Aaron tweet, but I can totally imagine that he would tweet something, especially after that announcement by Robinhood. Let's see here. He's posted 41 minutes ago. He said, "While I certainly am rooting for a good solution for all, I am not optimistic that Hollywood will avoid a writer's strike. Should it happen, a short strike will impact television programming far more than movie making. Only a long strike is likely to materially affect movies," which is what we were discussing earlier this morning, which is nice of him to be able to update us on. And then on 29 minutes ago, he says, "What the duck? I am getting multiple reports that Robinhood briefly posted today that AMC filed for bankruptcy. How can companies like Robinhood do this? So ludicrous, so wrong, so irresponsible. On Friday, we report Q1 earnings and will announce our sizable cash. I said cash. It's the alcohol, Adam, if you're listening. It's the alcohol. Sizable cash position. Yeah, so awesome. How you like them apples, Robin Trash? I'm telling you guys, I just want to see it burn, man. So I filed the complaint with the SEC. I put up a picture here for you guys to see. My submission number was submitted successfully on Monday, May 1st, 2023 at 2:39 this afternoon, Eastern Standard Time. I did submit a complaint to the SEC for market manipulation against Robinhood. One of the things that it asked in the questionnaires was whether or not I had. This is actually my third time filling one out, but it asked me if I had filed a complaint with the company, and I have not, which is probably something that they're going to want to see that I had done first. So I'll maybe maybe I'll send something to Robinhood, but I doubt I will. Uh, but yeah, let's see here. Batter says we're currently breaking out of the resistance. Not really. We're at 715. I got 713 right now, so we got to break past 715. It's not there yet. All in AMC says just know that Robinhood will take away the buy button again. Get out while you can. I cannot. I got to throw in a little statement in here. All in AMC. I got to throw in my own little statement. I can't assure you of what brokers are going to be safe brokers. I really don't know. If I had that kind of crystal ball, guys, I wouldn't be sitting here doing YouTube channels all the time. Day in and day out. I would have been a rich many years ago. I said YouTube channels. I have one. I don't have multiple. I would have been doing something else a long ass time ago, and I wouldn't be sitting here doing what I'm doing right now. So I can't promise you anything about any of the brokers that are out there. I don't even know if my broker is safe. That's why I won't even recommend my broker. I won't go out there and physically advocate for any of these brokers, guys, because they're all trash. Every single one of them. They're all just terrible in my opinion. Some are better than others. That's it. So in regards to get out while you can statement by all in AMC, just note that past historical results oftentimes represent what the future will hold for you. And Robinhood had a very poor track record in 2021. Very poor, beyond piss poor. So just saying, just saying. All right, it's about movie trivia time. We got about 5 more minutes here. Yeah, that's what they should call it, Robin the Foo. Robin Foo. That's what it is. It's not Robin Hood, it's Robin Foo. And all in AMC, I'm not trying to uh, say that I disagree with you or anything like that. I just had to throw in a disclaimer in there because I want people to know that while I don't necessarily trust Robinhood at all, I don't trust any of the brokers either. So there's that. Yucca says, Case you left Discord and poker shut down. Did you guys try to reopen it? You guys can open it too, I think. Pam says it's because I worked 12 hours that day and I went to the last showing in regards to her sleeping through John Wick. That makes sense. I get that. Can't recommend a broker or a bank, and I have four of each. I hear you, Corey. It's rough, man. It's rough out there. Who can you trust? It's Fidelity. That's pretty funny. Casey's communist poker table. Yeah, I totally agree with your statement, Roseanne. Robinhood should have a penalty fined against them for that. It's absolutely ridiculous. There's no reason for it. I mean, they can't get that kind of stuff wrong. It's not right. 2:27. We're almost there, guys. Almost there. We got 3 more minutes till movie trivia. And for tomorrow, it's looking like Saving Private Ryan. Speaking of which, guys, just to let you know, today's movie is brought to you by Foo. Tomorrow's movie, if it is indeed Saving Private Ryan, which it's kind of close, but if it is Saving Private Ryan, Hunter picked that one. CPR says, ask yourself this question. By the way, CPR, you're throwing me off changing your logo, your icon for your profile. It's screwing with me, man. Ask yourself this question: why at this time in history Robin Hood would post something like that? Man, I'm trying to remember back in the day, Carl. You know, way, 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 way back in the day, what trades were per trade, and I really don't remember, but I do remember it being like if you were trading penny stocks, because there was a period of time where I went through that phase. I like to call it a phase of learning, where I was trading penny stocks for a while, and you know, when you're trading penny stocks and your trade costs $4, $5, $6, $7, whatever, you know, it hurts because you're not making very much on some of the trades. I mean, sometimes you are, but maybe not always. So you always had to make sure you picked really good picks, because if you weren't making a whole bunch of money on your trade, the fees could potentially start to get to you. So I remember that. All right, it's 2:30. Let's do this. $5.61 is where AMC is at here. Let's see. Hit live now for movie trivia. Hit live now for movie trivia so you're up to date and ready to go. As soon as somebody says ready, I'll start throwing questions. Food Dog's already throwing out answers. All right, there we go. We got it ready. We got a couple readies. Here we go. First movie question. Where was the next rendezvous point that Luke told Lando that he would meet him at the end of the film? Tatooine by Frank Lehman is correct. By the way, Pirate Born starting the week with a point. And Brian S. for getting 5 days in a row of being the first person to say good morning or whatever to start off the day. He got 5 points. He's starting out with 5 points for this week, guys. What a huge, probably the only points he ever gets in one week. But yeah, Brian's starting out the week here with some. I know, rigged, right, Dino Mike? Totally. Couldn't have it any other way. Everything's rigged. All right, here we go. Next question. What does Yoda attack R2-D2 with while trying to steal an item from his grasp? Frank Lehman says it's cane. It was a stick, but I will accept a cane. I'd already decided in advance that I would accept a cane because it really was his walking stick, right? Yeah, it's kind of a cane. I'll accept it. That is the correct answer. And what material is Han frozen in? What is it called? Carbonate will work. It's carbonite. Nate, night. It works. But John Hannaford for the correct answer on that one first. Carbonite. Ooh, look at NC Proud Dad saying polycarbonate even. Even. Hold on one second here. I gotta look at something real quick. Okay. All right, next one. Fingers. What? You guys are answering like you're throwing out answers before I even said anything yet. No, fingers is not right. Here we go. Next one. Whom does Luke call for a second when hanging below Cloud City? Who's he call out to? Leia is correct. By Yukon Cornelius. All right, next one. Which ship? Which is such a weird word. Which ship did Leia suggest that she should get out and push? The Falcon is correct by NC Proud Dad. Millennium Falcon. I had such a hard time saying that as a child. I couldn't say millennium. And I think I would say it much similar to how I would say cinnamon. Falcon. I couldn't say cinnamon. It was always cinnamon. Aluminum. That's exactly right. Falcon. All right, next one. Here we go. What component is needed in order to jump to hyperspace? All right, I'm gonna give it to you, Frank. Frank says a motivator. It's a hyperdrive motivator, but I'm gonna give it to you because like I don't even know how the world you came up with like motivator. I would have expected hyperdrive, and then nobody say motivator. But I'm gonna give it to you because it's you got actually the harder of the two words. So yeah, Frank Lehman for the point. Who said you got a lot of guts coming here after what you pulled? Lando from Frank Lehman. Lando Calrissian is correct. I think I also had a hard time with his name too. It's a Calrissian. Let's see. All right, next one. What would Leia rather kiss than Han Solo? Wookiee by Frank Lehman is correct. That is correct. What is the name? What is the name of the creature on Hoth that attacked Luke and killed his Tauntaun? I said Tauntaun. Tauntaun. Wampa by Frank Lehman is correct. Wampa. All right. Here's the last one. The last question. It is a quote. It is a two-part quote. If you get the last half, I will give you 2 points. There is no try is correct. That's the answer I was looking for. The only do part that you got at the end of there, Dynamite. So Dynamite for the point, but the 2 points, by the way. The actual quote, Dynamite, is do or do not. There is no try. Do or do not. There is no try. That's probably one of my most favorite movie quotes of all time. Ranks right up there with that song I love to sing to my kids is you can't always get what you want. Do or do not. There is no try. You either win or you lose. That is it. You win or you lose. Do or do not. Love it. Good job, guys. Way to go. We've got Saving Private Ryan still winning right now, unless Shrek happens to pull through here in just a little bit. Shrek would also be a hunter pick as well. Joe says either you score or you don't. That's right. That is right, Christopher Bate. Like AMC, do or do not. There is no try. Danny says, Casey, I sing that to my son too. My kids hate that song. Because I'll just randomly, they'll be like, I want something, I want this, I want that. And I'll be like, you can't. I'll just start singing it, and then they just start rolling their eyes. Congratulations, guys. You did really well today. My son gets so mad. But it's the truth, though. It's the truth, Danny. You're telling him the truth. You can't always get what you want, and that is the truth. Yes, Boomstick says, have you heard the Seagulls? Stop it now. Bad lip reading by Yoda. Yes. It's pretty funny. My wife got me into those bad lip readings a long time ago. They're pretty good. I feel like there was something. I'm really glad that Adam Air posted out a tweet on that. I was like, I really hope he put something out pretty quickly on this. So I'm glad he did. Andrew says, any chance of earnings being bad now after that tweet? I mean, I mean, Andrew, you're forcing me into a corner here, but it does, the way that he states that, it does make it sound like they've got extra cash left over here, compared to maybe what many may think they were going to have. And it will announce our sizable cash position. He doesn't say how much, but he does say sizable. Danny said, what the duck? I'm getting multiple reports that Robinhood briefly posted today that AMC filed for bankruptcy. How can companies like Robinhood do this? So ludicrous, so wrong, so irresponsible. On Friday, we report Q1 earnings and will announce our sizable cash position. To which and before I even read what it was that he had posted, I went and filed an SEC report for market manipulation against Robinhood. because I mean that's just downright irresponsible for them to be able to put, be putting out information like that to shareholders. It's just dirty. It's super dirty. We're getting a little bit of a downwards push here. It looks like just a tiny bit of a downwards push here on AMC. We're at 1.545, up 3% for the day. On AMC, we're up 2.64, 564. What are we at for combined price? We are at $7.20. We did get the breakthrough of that 715, and we're starting to see a little bit of a takeoff here, right at the. Oh, son of a gun! I messed up. There we go. Right here at the end of my box, we got the breakout. The next stop is going to be 735. If we can manage to break past 766, we actually move into a new Fibonacci retracement from the past. So that's something I've been waiting to see for a long time. It's been a while. It's been a while. Oh, I can't sing. After 9 hours of talking, guys, like trying to sing is like ridiculously nuts. Like it doesn't. My voice is gone. It is not. It is not easy, guys. It is not easy talking for 9 straight hours. And then I get people who want me to come and speak in like space calls and stuff, and it's like I'm done. I'm done for the day. Looking pretty good. 722, not bad at all. What do we have? What do we have for price predictions for the day today? We had Apex coming in. We're at 722. I think the person that's got the highest price prediction for the day today was Apex with 577. So add a $1.50 to that. 727 was his prediction for the day today, so he's off by about 4 cents as of right now. He's close. Very, very close. Can I speak Spaceballs? No. Well, they speak English in the movie, so I mean, why not? I don't know. Probably not. I don't know. Dennis says, I think they meant oh, you know what, Dennis? We actually saw that before, right? Credit Suisse predicted AMC to a price of 99 cents, and the next thing we know, they went there. Maybe that could be Robinhood forecasting problems. That might be for Robinhood stating that, like, hey, look, if this stock continues to move upwards, we're going to have to declare bankruptcy. Who knows, right? Maybe they're throwing mixed signals. Yukon says, Casey, I wrote and recorded a new fuzz song in a heavy style dropsy tuning. A collection of riffs need to fit in lyrics still. Man, I'll play whichever one sounds the best to me. I like them all, but I did prefer of the two that you've submitted before in the past. I did like one of them a little bit better than the other. But I'll play whatever, man. Oh my gosh, Pam. It's so far 30 minutes. I know that you're over there in the San Diego area, and 30 minutes is not a long time to drive anywhere in San Diego. So don't you even start with the woe is me, I have to drive 30 minutes to get someplace, because I know what it's like over there, man. I grew up over there. I know. That's not very long. Uh, it takes me 30 minutes to get to mine as well over here where I'm at, but it's probably a heck of a lot further. Yeah, Carlsbad, San Diego, Orange County area, it doesn't matter where it is. It's all the traffic's always horrendous. I mean, unless she lived right down the street from one and it still took her 30 minutes, that'd be a different story. But Mike says, so in LA traffic, it's 2 doors down the street from you. Man, it's getting bad here in Austin, though, guys. It's getting really, really, really super bad. You want to go to anything, you got to leave way in advance. Dennis says, if I've learned anything, it's that if I'm about to lose a dime, my government always lets me know first. Hmm. Oh man. What did I say? What did I say his number was? It was 520 or 727, right? He is close. It's 3 pennies away. Now it's 5 pennies. Apex is he's I can almost hear him like rubbing his hands together like Mr. Smithers. Yes, excellent. Excellent. Hayden says, I need to hear Kramer say Robin Hood is a bye bye bye. Oh man, that's the truth. Peter, I'm with you, man. I'm with you on that whole statement about how many people are still with Robinhood after 2021. I thought for sure people would have learned a lesson, but no, they don't. Dennis says Kramer still has a job. Somehow or another, man, he manages to hang in there. I'm sure he has a job for other reasons. It couldn't possibly be due to his predictions on the market, or at least by my estimates. Sick balls. Oh, that's from Stand By Me. That's a quote from Stand By Me. Peter says, how is that Kramer inverse ETF doing? Let me look and see. SJIM. Let's see if I can look it up on here. It's actually down, believe it or not. It's inverse to the inverse Jim Cramer ETF, and it's actually down right now from initial offerings back in March. But it did start off really strong. It started off pretty strong, went from about opening price of about 24.90 up to 26.26 before falling to 24.21. But the whole market has, well, I want to say the whole market's kind of had a little bit of a downtrend as well, though. So it's hard to say. Banks, big movers. I'm just going to throw this out real quick before we have to leave for the day. Silvergate's up, or down rather, 4.44%. PacWest is down 10.59. US Bank Core is down 3.84. Coinbase is down 6.67. Those are the biggest ones. Not too many green ones left for the day today, just 4 of them. 3 of them. Two of them. No, just kidding. There's still 3. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at 721. I said 562 for a close on AMC. We're at 565, so just a little bit over. It was Ape that I got wrong today. I said 145 on Ape, and then I ended up getting that wrong. It's 10 cents over the point at which I said. Sensor Content says it probably didn't include his buy recommendations for FRC back in March. Peter says the dip before the rip on that ETF. Breaking: the U.S. military is tracking another mysterious balloon that flew parts of Hawaii, through parts of Hawaii, I guess is probably what you mean. Censored content. I got to put in the points real quick here, real fast, since I forgot to. Pirateborn got a point from last week. So congratulations on that point, Pirateborn. Brian had 5 points for last week for his 5 consistent days of being first. Frank Lehman has 6 points for the day. And John Hannaford has 1. Congratulations on your point. And we've got Yukon for 1 point. NC Proud Dad for a point. And Dino Mike for 2. So our lead in third place is Dino Mike with 2 points, Brian with 5 points, and Frank Lehman with 6. That is our day for us. That is what we have. Tomorrow's movie is looking like Saving Private Ryan. Ooh, RB, I read about that when I was on break earlier, but unfortunately I got to go right now because it is that time of the day, so we can talk maybe about that a little bit more tomorrow. But unfortunately, guys, you know what time it is. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Take your pets for a walk because they like to get outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see a movie because that is, after all, what we're here to do is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC, go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. DeFeo, go. Payloads, go. And for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting.
Guidance, we cleared all of our pilot constraints. Weather
We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
FTO, here, you're loud and clear. 5 mics. How many? Have you loud and clear as well? Thank you, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward link now in SM. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
Just give me a break and see the changes that I've made. I've got some imperfections, But how can you collect them all and throw them in my face? But you always find a way to keep me right here waiting. You always find the words to say to keep me right here waiting. If you chose to walk away, I'd still be right here waiting, searching for the things to say to keep you right here waiting. I hope you're not intending to be so condescending. It's as much as I can take. And you're so independent, you just refuse to bend, so I keep bending till I break. But you always find a way to keep me right here waiting. You always find the words to say to keep me right here waiting. If you chose to walk away, I'd still be right here waiting, searching for the things to say to keep you right here waiting. I've made a commitment. I'm willing to bleed for you. I needed fulfillment. I found what I needed you. Why can't you just forgive me? I don't want to relive all the mistakes I've made along the way. But I always find a way to keep you right here waiting. I always find the words to say to keep you right here waiting. But you always find a way to keep me right here waiting. You always find the words to say to keep me right here waiting. If I chose to walk away, would you be right here waiting, searching for the things to say to keep me right here waiting?
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other all.